Hello, everyone. What you guys doing this morning?
Morning, sir.
All right, hold on. Let me fix my audio 1 second. All right. All right. Somebody say something. Let me hear you.
Sir.
All right. I can hear you. Okay. All right. Welcome to another DDM class. Let's see here. We have most people here. That's great. 18 people. All right. We're going strong. How is studio going? You guys started your first project yet?
Yes, sir.
Ah, let me see. Second year. What you getting now? Tectonics. That's your first project.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, remember to save all of your work that you're doing in studio, because you're gonna pick one of them to do something in this course, right? So, but we're gonna do that near in the middle of the course, all right? But you guys are in second year. You've made it through first year, so continue to hang in there, all right? Yep, it's gonna be an interesting journey.
Morning,
All
sir.
right. Morning.
Just an update, or a disclaimer. I might exit the class a little early today. There's just been some stuff popping that I have to deal with.
Yeah, man, no problem. And anybody that have to leave, remember that there's a evening session as well. It's a little shorter, but still there. All right. Let's see. And everybody remembers where to get the class recordings. Does everybody remember where?
No, sir.
All right. I'm happy to spike your memory. Give me 1 second here. Let me bring it up. Go to pop out. There we go. Right. So when you go to the website, right, utech.csa utech-csajamaica.org, right? By the way, if you don't remember that URL, when you are on the UTech site, you can just navigate to Caribbean School of Architecture, right? So let me start from the beginning. So if you're on UTech site, which is utech.edu.jm, and you find your faculty, so you go to academics, and then you go to faculty of the built environment. And this is our faculty website. Some of you might know it already. By the way, the faculty website is something that I also work on for, I'm the, well, I guess you could say the outgoing chair of the publication committee. So I normally maintain this website. Anyway, so when you go to the website, you go to Caribbean School of Architecture here, and under there, you will notice that you see these headings down here. You just look for the CSA Student Work Submission Portal. All right. And you'll see, click here to access the CSA Work Submission Portal, and it will carry you to the same place. All right. So just in case you don't remember the URL, you can get there from the UTech website. But this is the URL, CSA-utechjamaica.org, right? It's the same link that I sent you guys in in your email. Anyway, once you go there, you will see this big button here that is hard to miss. That says class recordings. So you head to class recordings and then you look for your course. So CSA computing modules, and you would then go to Intro to Digital Design Media. And then you go to the appropriate year. So in this case, it's 23-24. There we go. And that's it. So when we have today's class, we'll post that below. And this is where you go to find all of your DDM class recordings. All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So let's see. There are some updates to the class website. Let's head over to it. So we're going to go to student, and then we're going to go to computing. And then we're going to go to Intro to Digital Design Media. And what you will notice is, oh, I need to refresh. Okay, if you're seeing a blue bar here, then what I want you to do is to refresh your screen. Second. All right, I want you to refresh your screen. So I'm going to hit refresh. Our F5 is a shortcut. Right. So what you will notice is you will see this pop up, and this is going to be your what you can use to track your class participation, right? So basically, I'm going to put a chart here so it's a little easier to follow. But essentially what this is, it's it tracks your class participation throughout the semester. So I'm going to put like the ID numbers and remove the names and all that kind of stuff a little later. All right. So if you don't see this pop up yet, that's fine. So everyone here is supposed to remember their ID numbers already. So you will just see the ID number along with whether or not you participated. All right. Okay, so for today's class, we want to take a look at this. Let me see if I can make it bigger for you. All right. Thought this could get a little bigger. Okay. Well, it's okay if you can't get to see it. Now, for last week's class, we took a look on some technology. We took a look on computers and how computers work and the best computers that you should get for CSA. And what I asked you guys to do was to find me some computers based on what we discussed that could be used for CSA. So these are the persons that participated, right? What you will notice when you look on, this is on the website, by the way, guys. So what you will notice is that some persons got a tick, persons got an okay, some persons got an X, right? So the X simply means that no, that computer is not recommended for CSA. And guess what? I'm not even going to show you the reasons just yet. What I'm going to ask you to do is, oh, hang on a second. I'm going to fix this up. Right. I'm going to do is, I'm going to do that for now. All right. So we're going to go through some of these things, right? And then we're going to look on some other stuff. You guys can see the screen okay? I have to kind of zoom in for you.
Yes, sir. Seeing the screen.
All right. Okay, so let's go down the list. We're not going to go through all of them. We'll probably just take a look on okay one that is great and one that is not so good, right? So let's start with the ones that okay. Ned, you are here. So you got an okay for your choice. I'm going to bring it up on screen here. Hold on, is Ned here? Right. All right, so this was the computer that you selected, right? So what is it?
From the get-go, the price, sir.
What are you saying?
So I'm saying from the get-go, the price.
Right, but what I want to ask you, because you have the opportunity here to let me reconsider. Why did you go for this one? Like, obviously, yeah, it's expensive, but what about it made you think that?
Actually, it depends on which graphics description you pick, because the one that I picked was 1,200 and something, but the one at the top, which is selected right now, is 1,800.
So what about this would make you say, you know what, this computer for $1,800 is the computer to get? What was the main thing? What was the thing that you could say convinced you? You know, imagine that you go into courts or somewhere and you're looking at some TVs, and then this one TV say, yeah, man, this is the TV that I want. So what is that one spec or criteria or specs or criterions? Well, no, criteria, still many, made this price worth it for you? What was that?
I looked at the 3070 based on the information they gave us last class.
Mm-hmm.
And I also looked at the processing speed.
But the interesting thing about this is, I'm going to show you. Let's put this down here. Let's see, for example, this one here. I'm going to bring up that one. We have some interesting things to look at here. Oops. Hold on. Let me put this like there. Pull this out like that. There we go. Ah, stop doing that. And let me put this one over here like this. If it will just stop doing that thing. Come on, stop it. There we go. All right. So these are two choices here, right? So I would ask, and I'm going to throw this question out to just anybody, right? This has a 3070 Ti, and the cost is $1,800 roughly. And this has a 4070, not a Ti, but it costs $1,400. So that is about 70-ish, about almost $70,000 less Jamaican. So why is it that that is so? Can anybody tell me?
The screen resolution and the brand.
All right, let's look at the resolution of the screen. So this has a QHD, right? And this has a, I hate when they don't mention it. Hey, you see when they don't mention, oh, FHD. All right. Now, some of you might be wondering, what are these values? If you're ever confused about what is QHD, FHD, UQHD, and there are many, many more, what you can do is take a quick look over at just type what was the keyword again? Just type resolution. No, that's not okay, right. Well, the first Wikipedia one that pops up that says display resolution, and then take a look at this chart. All right, this chart gives you an idea. It's a beautiful chart. It looks kind of confusing, but trust me, it has all the possible resolutions that exist and the ratios, right? So I'm gonna kind of zoom in here, and what we're looking for is QHD. Now you guys can see just how much they are. I mean, WXGA, WSXGA, WXSGA plus. Have you guys ever heard of these resolution coins? Anybody see anything here that they recognize? No?
No, sir.
Well, trust me, you could almost think of this line here. Hold on, many lines here. Let me try to make my line a little bit bigger. Right. You could almost think of these lines here as getting newer the lower it goes, right? So we kind of started small and then coming up. So for example, have anybody ever seen this one, VGA? Come on, I'm not that old. Anybody ever see the word VGA anywhere?
No, sir.
All right, VGA was those
As in like the VJ cable.
right, exactly. So VGA is 640 by 480. I mean, no wonder you guys never see it. Like, we don't operate in those resolutions anymore, right? But that is pretty much what you saw on the CRT television, you know, the big back TV there, right? Anyway, we're going to work our way forward. All right. What is the acronym for this? FHD. Exactly. Full HD. Not to be confused with HD, right? There are many stores that you go to and it say HD TV. And you're like, oh yeah, man, it's HD, so it must be good. But the truth is that there are two types of HD. There is full HD and there is just HD without the full, right? Is it on this chart? Let's see. Here is HD and here is full HD. Can you guys see the resolution?
Yes, sir.
Right. So full HD, which is FHD, it's bigger. It's almost twice the size of HD. Right? So around about this time is when most persons started to use the term HD and QHD. You know, before this, we never really used to use these other terms, even though they existed, right? So FHD, you know that this is the resolution of the monitor. Now, what was the other resolution again? Let's look back on the thing. It says QHD. So let's find QHD on this scale. So that is FHD. Can we zoom out a little bit? Yeah, Let's zoom out a little bit. Right. So this is full HD. Let's find QHD. All right. Notice this. This is UHD. Is it U or Q? But we're looking for QHD, right? All right. Here we go. So we have WQHD and UWQHD. Right? So what's the difference between these two? Well, the difference is the ratio, right? WQHD versus UWQHD. UWQHD is much wider than WQHD. So 2560 by 1440, right? Versus, that's this one here, versus full HD, which is 1920 by 1080. So it's pretty much almost double the resolution. But what does double the resolution mean for you? That's this one. So this one is double the resolution, the Razor. What does that mean for you? Anybody can tell me? How would you think that it would look to you?
The pictures would be clearer, the images would be clearer. It also has a higher refresh rate.
All right, cool. All right, what's the other differences with these laptops? So the resolution is a little bit big over here, but then this one has the RTX 3070, but this one has a RTX 4070. So this is a much newer. Storage, it has a 1 terabyte NVMe SSD, right? So that is the one, that is the rabbit with the rocket pack, right? Do you guys remember that, those analogies that we discussed? Oh, it wasn't PowerPoint. Oh, no, not this one. Okay. I'm gonna have to locate that. Hold on a second. See if I can find this for you. Okay, there we go. Right. So remember we spoke about this one here. There we go. All right, so we spoke about the PCI SSD or NVMe SSD. Well, they're technically the same things, just very tongue-twisting words to describe them. So this is much faster than the one that says SATA SSD, and this is much faster than the one that says SATA HDD, right? So we can see from both of these here that this one has a 1 terabyte NVMe SSD, and this has a 1 terabyte PCIe SSD, right? So they're pretty much the same. Anything else that differentiates them? What about the memory? How much memory do they have?
16 gig DDR5, same thing.
Exactly, same thing. So what is it that the Razer has then? I mean, okay, fine. It has a slightly
Probably
higher
brand name.
resolution. Probably the brand name. Anybody ever use a Razer computer? No? No Razer fans in the house?
Sir, probably the processor. One is a 12 gen. The other one is a 13.
Okay, good point. I 12 gen and 13 gen, but this one is newer. The cheaper one is newer.
And also,
So then, what is it about the Razer?
sir, and then also the GPU, sir.
Right, we talked about the GPU already. The cheaper one has the faster GPU and the newer processor. Sorry, it has the newer GPU and the newer processor. The only thing that the Razer so far has over, that we've mentioned, has over it is that the Razer has a higher resolution screen. Come on, guys, what else does the Razer have that the MSI does not have? Can you tell me? Ned, remember this is your laptop, you know. You pick this one, you know.
Sir, the screen kind of blurry for me. Right, can't really see.
Oh, you mean my screen? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, same thing with me, sir. Not seeing anything clearly.
All right, it should clear up now. What's that?
We're seeing it better now.
Okay, cool. So this is a nice case where we can see the example where somehow the MSI that has a newer processor and newer video card is better. There's still one more spec that you guys didn't mention. What's the other spec? Anybody spot it?
Well, I'm seeing boost, cooler boost 5. I don't know.
Not that one. It's more like obvious.
There's the processor speed. So that's the one that is
No,
144.
We talked about that already. The cheaper one has the newer processor.
Keyboard?
All right, let me give this one away. So somebody had mentioned it earlier.
The material?
This screen, we'll come into that. This screen is 240 hertz, and this one is 144 hertz.
Oh, refresh rate.
The refresh rate. Now, this is the tricky part because most people don't really like, unless you are like maybe a computer gaming person, most people don't really like imagine, okay, what does a refresh rate really do, right? So for example, you can know what resolution does because you might have an idea that, okay, one screen is going to be way sharper than the other, right? But refresh rate is very hard to like imagine unless you have experienced it before. So refresh rate is basically how smooth everything moves on the screen. Now, the best way I can tell you to experience this, what I want you guys to do on your computer that you're using now, I want you to right click, find an area on your desktop that's clear, right? I want you to right click on your desktop, and then I want you to go to display settings, all right? So you're gonna go to display settings, right? And hopefully this won't disrupt your Zoom, right? All right, so your display settings should look something like this. I'm using Windows 11, so mine might look a little different than yours. And we're going to scroll all the way down to where it says display resolution. And then go down a little further and we see advanced display. All right. So I want you guys to click on advanced display. And then I want you to tell me what is the refresh rate that you see, right? So this is my video card. Oops, that's a bit big. All right, this is my video card right here. This is my resolution. Oh, actually, wait. This is for the small monitor. What I have to do is, all right. So I have two monitors. I have a Dell monitor and I have a TV screen that I'm using for my my computer monitor. So it's a Samsung. So when I click the Samsung now, right. So this is the resolution of my screen, right? And this is the hertz of my screen, right? So I want you guys to find that on your computer, right? This is the resolution. And this is the refresh rate. So that is my refresh rate, which is 60 hertz, right? And this is my resolution, that is 3840 by 2160, right? And what I can do is, if I take a look here, all right. If I take a look here, 3840 by 2160. Let's see if I can find that. I'm going down the scale, 3840, getting closer, by 2160. All right. Anybody ever seen a television that has 4K UHD on it? Anybody? So this is UHD.
Vaguely, sir.
Vaguely? I mean, if you just, let's just type, let's just go to Amazon. TV. Right, if we look at different TVs, you might notice there's a different thing, full HD, 1080p, and they will use all of these terminologies with it. So most of us know the term 4K. So if we type 4K TV, we will see some of them that says 4K UHD, right? So if you're ever looking around for a television, you can use this chart to know where you stand. So this would be where the screen that I'm using stands, right? Now remember, if I zoom out of this, this is my TV screen, this is the Razer screen, and this is the screen for the MSI. So you can see that the 4K screen is way bigger in terms of physical size, but also in terms of the amount of pixels in the screen. And the screen on the Razer Blade is a bit smaller, but all of that is squashed in a smaller area, because a laptop screen compared to a TV screen in terms of the size, the physical size is totally different, right? Now, the interesting thing that I want you guys to realize is that some of you pick laptops that has 4K UHD. Does laptop? Yeah, some of you pick laptops that has 4K UHD resolution, the same resolution as my what's this 48-inch TV. is in a 15-inch laptop screen, right? So I want you guys to imagine that, right? The same amount of resolution that is in a 48-inch TV is squished down into a 15-inch laptop, right? Both of them say 4K, but the one is physically bigger than the other. So we're going to look a little bit at resolution and size as we go along to kind of decipher that. Anyway, what we were looking on before is I want you guys that have this up now to look at your refresh rate, which is 60. And I want you to change it from 60. Oops. I want you to change it from 60 to 30. So go ahead and do that for me. Anybody who is doing this now? So remember what we did, we right-click the desktop. We went to display settings. When the display settings came up, it looks like this. We scroll all the way down till it says advanced display and refresh rate. We click that. And then if you're using two monitors, make sure you choose the one that you want to test this on. So in this case, I'm using the Samsung. So you can see it displays Samsung right here. And then I'm going to change my resolution from 60 Hertz to 30 Hertz. Is there anybody that tried this?
Sir, mine can only go from 60 to 165.
All right, so yours can go up in the scale. Can anybody go lower?
Sir, mine can't change at all. The old option is 6.
So I changed mine from 60 to 48, not seeing a huge difference.
What are you, you're not feeling any difference?
Sir, mine is at 480. You can go down to 120.
All right, 480 you said?
Yeah.
All right, go down to 60.
120 is the lowest it can go, sir.
Oh, wow, okay. All right, and mine is at 60, right? Anybody can go down to 30 Hertz?
No, sir. Mine goes to 40.
Right. Do you feel any difference when it's at 40?
Honestly, not that much.
All right, grab a window.
Sir, I know it's a little smooth. I want to have it at 480. I want to have it at 120, but it's barely noticeable.
Okay. What I want you to do is grab a window and move it around on your screen. Just any window, Explorer, any window. Who said it was at 40? All right, LaShawn, how high can you go?
60. That's only two options.
Okay, 40 and 60. Okay. So do you notice any difference when you move a window around between 40 and 60?
I'm doing it now. Okay. Yeah. It's a bit glitchy for me, not understanding why.
Right. So what refresh rate is how smooth things move on your screen, right? So the average refresh rate of a typical monitor is 60 Hertz. 90% of all TV screens are 60 Hertz. 90% of most typical monitors, not like a gaming fancy monitor, but like a typical office monitor that you find in a business place, is going to be 60 Hertz, right? Nowadays, you can't really find monitors that go at 30 Hertz, but the television, anybody remember the big back TV? Those televisions went up to 30 Hertz maximum. And we have some persons that have a whopping 400 Hertz, right? But when you said the difference between 400 Hertz and 60 Hertz, like, you have a thing called diminishing returns, right? That 400 Hertz screen that you have, is it a laptop screen or
It's a laptop, sir.
It's a laptop, right? What is the resolution at that Hertz?
Resolution 1920 by 1080.
Exactly. So this is the important thing to know, guys, right? Hertz is how smooth the graphics is showing, right? It is a major plus when you're playing games, because when you're playing a video game, you can know the difference between 30, 60, and let's say 120 or 100, more than 100 when you're playing a game. And the reason that you primarily notice this when you're playing a game is because when you're playing a game, you have to input. You press jump and the person jump. You press shoot and the person shoot, and your brain can detect if it's moving sluggish or fast. It's a little different when you're watching like a movie, because you can't really know. The hertz doesn't affect the movie that you're watching, right? And this goes into something else, because a movie is more than likely being shot at 24 frames per second. And that 24 frames per second is being shown on a television that can move at 60 frames per second. So the television is capable of moving smoother than the footage that you're watching. But most video games are meant to go to 60 hertz or above, so your eyes can perceive the differences more clearer when it comes to things like playing a game. Now, most of what we'll be doing in graphics is going to be with Photoshop, Illustrator, maybe using Revit and Twinmotion and all of these things. And the truth is that the hertz will not really affect you. Let me tell you when the hertz will affect you. For those of you who do digital painting, those are persons who have things like an Apple Pen, or you have a stylus, and you have a touch screen, and you're drawing with that stylus on the screen. The hertz will affect you there, because, how you put it, the smoothness of how your thing, how the strokes draw, your brain easily will pick that up. Because
long the delay is between input and seeing it on the screen.
Right. So whenever you're doing anything with inputs, the hertz does matter. So playing games, writing on the screen, that kind of stuff. Whenever it's a one-way street where you're just watching what is happening, it doesn't really, it's harder to detect it, right? So this is why when you move the window around on your screen, it felt glitchy, because the input, there's like a lag, right? Anything lower than 60, you're going to notice the lag. So most screens can't go lower than 60, but screens can go above. 60 is perfectly fine for work. So when you're using Photoshop, when you're using Lumion, when you're using Revit, like, think about it. You're rotating, you're moving windows around, you're clicking icons. Those things at 60 hertz is perfectly fine. At 100 or 200 hertz, it's a little smoother, just a tidbit smoother. Like, you have to like concentrate and, oh, you're right, it's a little smoother. Like, you don't really notice. But if you were playing Call of Duty or something, like, you would say, oh yeah, definitely this is smoother, because when you're trying to shoot the enemies, the smoother your screen is moving, the easier you can shoot the enemies. And this is why gaming laptops normally are bundled with a high refresh rate. But here's the important thing, guys. You pay for that refresh rate. And in architecture, what matters more than refresh rate is resolution. When you draw a line in Illustrator, or when you color something in Photoshop, you need that resolution to be like the highest it can be, right? So in terms of your priority, especially for architecture, you want to put resolution above frames per second, or hertz, right? And this is refresh rate. And this is the tricky part, because the laptops will bundle things differently, and they will flash big numbers in front of your face. So for example, when we looked at these computers here, we see that this one everybody can see the hertz here. So this is, oops, this is 240 hertz, which is like, okay, 60 hertz is really smooth. 140 hertz is butter smooth. 240 hertz is ridiculously smooth. And anything above 200 hertz is insanely smooth. So that's the best way I can describe it for you, right? So the lowest scale is pretty smooth. You get me? There's nothing that's not smooth in the whole chain from 60 all the way to above 200. So if you're spending your money to do mainly graphics, you don't really want to prioritize refresh rate. Now, what you have to avoid is the companies that bundle high refresh rate with high resolution. That's going to be expensive, right? What is cheap? High resolution with high refresh rate with low resolution. That is cheap. So for example, you can have a laptop that has 300 hertz and it will be cheaper than something else. But the high hertz doesn't really add to your architecturing, right? It doesn't add to the use of Photoshop or Illustrator or that kind of stuff. What it will do for you is that if you play esports in competition, you know, and you need to have an advantage because every nanosecond matters, that is when it matters. So when you guys are looking for laptops, don't be dazzled by refresh rate because 60 is perfectly fine. What you need is resolution, right? Amongst other things, you know, memory and all these other things, right? So one of the reasons why this laptop is so expensive is because it bundles a high refresh rate with high resolution, and somebody had mentioned this earlier, CNC aluminum chassis. Everybody here have seen a Mac laptop, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Those laptops have aluminum chassis. Those are some of the best built laptops in the world. And when you say best built, I mean the hinge, and when you carry it around and it gets bumped and it gets thrown down and it gets scratched and it's still going. Most laptops are like an aluminum composite and plastic. And after a while, you find like the edges of the laptop start to fade away, the hinge start to wear down. In some cases, some of the plastic is very flexy, so you might notice it start to crack. Those things don't happen with an aluminum body. So aluminum body laptop is expensive and it lasts longer. And they bundle this laptop with a high refresh rate and high resolution. So there goes your price. This laptop here has a low resolution. It is FHD, right? Full HD. And Full HD, which is 1920 by 1080, is the lowest resolution that you guys should ever use in architecture, right? You don't want to go lower than that, right? You can definitely go higher than that, right? And that would be my recommendation. Not that you can't use the FHD, but like you will definitely survive with the Full HD. But if you were choosing between HD and frame and what do you call it, hertz, definitely choose resolution, right? Even playing games at 60 hertz is very nice. So even if you're like, yeah, but I occasionally play some FIFA and some Mortal Kombat or something, and you know, you hear that higher frame rate, higher refresh rate is better for gaming, 60 is high. Like for those of you who might watch video gaming stuff and you hear about games that say 60 frames per second, like most games are made to run minimum 60. 60 is pretty very smooth. All right. All right, cool. All right, so is there any questions? Are you guys understanding our discussion here? Have I left anybody in the dust that doesn't understand resolution, hertz, that kind of thing?
Understanding.
All right. All right, so let's take one more. This time I'm gonna take Zachary, which I think had the best one. And when I say best one, I don't mean the fastest best laptop, right? We were looking at the most bang for buck. And who was the other one again? Let's take another one. Okay, this time let's take one that has an X. Yeah, let's take two that has X's then, right? So let's go with Dominique. And let's go with anybody wants to volunteer? Do you want me to take your own? Anybody?
I don't mind taking my
Andrew.
Okay, so like Andrew was saying his.
Yes, sir. Although it's probably still not exactly the
Daddy,
same.
didn't put anything on mine.
Okay. Oh, Andrew, you got two X's.
What, sir? So when I looked at it, it was a tick initially.
Oh, it was? Did I make
Yes,
an error?
sir.
Oh, hold on. Let's see if I made an error here. Oh, yes, yes. No, you get two X's for real. All right. And oh, I want to say thank you for picking this laptop.
That's not the one I. Wait,
Oh,
let me
this is the
see.
one in the link. I'm saying thank you for picking it because this laptop, let me show you why. Okay, where's the other one with the X? Where did I put it? Yes, here we go. No, this was the one with the double tick. That's over there. Yes, it was this one. There we go. All right, I'm gonna throw this question out again. Hold on, something is wrong. Were these the two? Oh yes, these were the two. All right, cool. All right, so let's start off with you guys. Why is it that
Sir, before you continue, so the thing is, I was submitting the assignment many times because I kept on submitting the Google form and I wasn't seeing my name on the list.
No, it took a while.
Yeah, so I submitted like 3 times. But when I just went on the system, the one with the double X, it says fake entry. And then the one that I submitted, I think more recently, had the one tick that's nearer to the base of the list.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Everybody who did the assignment, you get the point for participation, right? This is a learning experience, so I just want to use the opportunity to tell you things to get and things to avoid. All right, so don't worry about it. It doesn't affect your grade or anything like that. All right, cool. All right, so okay. Which brand is this one again? Oh, this is the Acer Nitro 5. All right, guys. So what about this one here? What's wrong with this one? The price is good. It has the right amount of memory. All right. So what about it makes it bad? Who can tell me? Look how thin it is.
It doesn't have a graphics card.
Exactly. It doesn't have, well, I shouldn't say it doesn't have a graphics card. I would say it doesn't have a graphics card up to the standard that we need in architecture. Because technically all laptops have a graphics card. But, right. So that is the standard that we need. It doesn't have it. But there is something else. Let's see. This is a 1920 by 1080. So this is FHD resolution. 16.5 screen. So this is the largest screen, one of the on the larger side of screen. It's almost 17 inches. So it's a pretty big screen, which is good. So it's a big screen with low resolution. When I say low, meaning because it has 1920, that's the lowest that we should go in architecture. But yet it has a bigger physical screen than the other laptops that we look on. For example, the Razer was a 14-inch laptop? I can't remember. You guys remember?
I think it was a 15.6.
Right, it was a 15-inch laptop. It was a 15.6?
Either 15 or 15.6.
Okay, but this 16.5 is a larger screen, noticeably larger. So you might be saying larger is better, but yet it has a lower resolution compared to the exactly. So what does that translate to? When you open Photoshop, you're going to see big blurry icon. Well, maybe I shouldn't say blurry. When you open Photoshop on the Razer, you will see smaller, sharper icons versus blocky icons, right? So that is one thing that you need to look out for. It's a kind of a bad. That is how TVs sell, right? And you guys notice how TVs has gotten cheap. Like you can buy a TV for like $15,000, a 30-inch TV, not even $20,000, right? Maybe some weird brand, but you can. And the reason you can do that is that people are making large, low resolution screens. And a television, it doesn't matter because, you know, you're watching a movie or whatever, and that's fine. But if you ever try to use that to do like graphics and stuff, it will not be a pleasant. It's going to be big and blocky and stuff like that. So large screen with low resolution and low price is a formula to look attractive. Oh, look at how big the screen is, right? So you want to avoid that pitfall. The main thing that's wrong with this is that it doesn't have a graphics card that is up to our standards. Remember, we listed out the graphics card. It's either an AMD graphics card or NVIDIA graphics card. This has neither. It actually has what's called an Iris Xe graphics. Essentially, it's an integrated graphics card, and that's the one that we should avoid, because if we spend $800 on this laptop, we wouldn't even be able to do the assignments next year in 3D modeling class. All right. So, but it has a big screen, but it has a low resolution. Right. Now, this laptop, on the other hand, is like the other extreme side of the scale, to the point where at first I was saying, is this laptop possible? It's not. This laptop is a fake entry. Well, it's not a fake entry, but I was there thinking, is this a fake entry laptop? And when I say fake entry, because there are entries on Amazon that are fake, right? It is. Say again? So on one side over here, we have the lowest of the lowest spec, which we should avoid, right? And on this side, we have like the most mind-blowing specs ever, right? So for example, it is a GeForce RTX 4090 Ti, right? So you guys remember the different class of video cards that we discussed, right? So right, so
90 hours for.
Right, so if we look here, where did we go? Right. Where are we? Video cards. Right. So 90 is the fastest that is possible. And remember what I said about the TI? The TI is like putting a spoiler on a car, you know? It's supposed to go faster when you put the spoiler. Right? So it's like you see a car with a spoiler, it's like, ooh, it must be sporty. I mean, it's not exactly like that, but it's kind of like that. Most people describe it like that because the TI is like they're saying that, look, this is the best version of this type of graphics card that you can buy when they say TI. So it is the highest that you can buy and the best of the highest that it can buy. You understand? So it's kind of like overwhelming when somebody puts specs like this. I don't even think a 49 Ti graphics card exists. I mean, 4090 has just come out. Let's take a look on a 4090 graphics card. All right, so Amazon. Let's go to Amazon here. Let's look at a 4090 graphics card. So this is a 4090 graphics card. Do you see these prices?
Yes, sir.
Right.
That's more than the laptop.
This is just the graphics card, meaning it's just a part that goes in the computer. You get me? And it says it has a 4090 Ti. Let me even type that in. Does that exist? Let's see. Maybe I'm not. 4090 Ti. No, 4090 Ti doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Right, as far as I know, like, they don't put a spoiler on a McLaren car unless it is like going to be absolutely used. For those of you who are car fanatics, anybody know about the Bugatti? Veyron? That's what it is? Right. This is what? Bugatti. Oh, there's a new one now. Oh, I'm so out of touch. But anyway, right. So this is the Bugatti, right? So this is a...
Yeah, I think Sheeran are the latest one.
Right. So a 4090 is like this, right? It is like the literally the fastest card on the planet Earth. And a TI version of that would be like a big deal because that is like saying, you know, there's a version of the Bugatti that is faster than the normal Bugatti, and the normal Bugatti is like, I mean, if you watch the thing on it, I think it's what, like 290 miles per hour is like some crazy speeds, right? So a 4090 is like that. That is why it is so expensive. And the fact that the laptop says that it has a 4090 Ti
plus other good specs.
Plus the Ryzen 9, we didn't really talk about the processors. I mean, it has a 17-inch QHD, like a 17-inch monitor. Like, when last have you seen a 17-inch monitor? Like a 17-inch laptop. They stopped kind of manufacturing those for a while, but then it has 465 hertz, and which is just like, right? And then it has what's the screen resolution? And it's 2K, right? Right.
Sir, read the GPU description.
Where?
Scroll back up and read the GPU description. No, down back into the notes, read the description and look at the GPU.
Oh, it's saying 3070
Oh! Well, there you go. So right away, that was ringing bell. That was like alarm bells in my mind. Like, what? And then I see or unavailable. So I'm like, okay, because it don't exist. Anyway, the fact I'm saying, let's just say that this did exist, because 4090 laptops do exist. Let's find one. Here we go. You see these prices?
That makes more sense.
Ah, you understand? Now, here's the important things to know, guys. I'm just gonna pick one of these at random. All right. So let me pick the most expensive one. $4,500. How much money is that? That's like about $600,000, maybe, somewhere in that region.
That's like a year tuition.
Yep, $700,000, right? So I would be afraid to touch a keyboard on this thing because, you know, not to mention it would be unable for me to sell it again. But what I'm trying to get at is that laptop components are more expensive than desktop. If you want to get the fastest computer, don't try and get it in a laptop. Remember what we discussed in the first class? A laptop isn't really capable of pulling consistent power to maintain, like a 4090 will not really be a 4090 in a laptop. You know, it's like you can't fit the Bugatti's engine in a what's it called, a go-kart. And even if you could, you couldn't really go that fast. You'd have to go slower because the go-kart would just like not be controllable. It would just like skid all over the place. So what I'm trying to say here with the laptop is that it doesn't really have the power of the equivalent real 4090, right? So you don't need to try and get the highest in laptop. That's not really practical. In some situations it matters. Let's say that you are like a specialist in, I don't know, some kind of nuclear thing or some highly complex engineering thing or scientific thing where you need to go on site with the most powerful mobile thing, or maybe some archaeologist thing where you need to do 3D scanning of a particular old crumbling building and you need the most powerful mobile thing. Like those are the scenarios that you would buy a $4,000 powerful laptop. Other than that, it's better you build a desktop that has the specs in there and just have a regular old laptop. So that's why this one had 2 X's, right? Because A, it didn't exist. B, it does exist, but this is the kind of price that you're buying it for, which is totally just blows the student budget out of the water. All right, for a final one, before we go, we'll look at one that got the double tick. So I do believe Mr. Johnson had the best selection for a laptop based on the specs, right? It costs $1,200, so it's not really, you know, cheap. It's not under $1,000, but it has a 3060. It has 32 gigs of RAM, which is excellent. The monitor isn't the highest resolution, but you know, there are some that I think I picked with a higher resolution monitor. What else again? Right, so I think this is the 3rd year in a row that Acer has won this round. In general, they have the most cost-effective high-end laptops. Cost-effective, right? So if you're trying to save a buck but buy a really good laptop, on and on again, Acer always takes home the crown. Now, the build quality, I can tell you from now, the build quality is not bad. It's definitely not aluminum, but it's not the best either. But it's not like a Chinese thing toy that will just fall apart either. So it's like a nice Corolla, if you understand what I mean, right? The processor was good. This said IPS screen. For those of you who want to know more about this stuff, we can talk separately about it. Like if you're actually buying and you want to know, you know, oh, sir, this one says it has an IPS versus a OLED versus a LCD. Which one should I take? But I'm not really going to go too deep in all of the specifications. I'm just kind of floating on the surface. Let's see if we can fit in one more here. Let's look at So congrats, Zachary. So Andrew, you submitted again, and the second submit you got a tick. Let's see what you picked. Oh, you also picked a Acer. Okay, all right. So that goes without say. Let's see if there's anybody else who did not pick a Acer. Alex, what did you pick? Oh, another Acer. Oh Lord. Okay. Is there anybody who didn't pick a Acer?
I didn't. But sorry, you didn't even put anything for mine.
Really? Why? Where is Austin? Did I leave yours out? Oh, you're right. Oh, forgive me. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's a little higher in price. Let's see what you get for it. 165 hertz, a 4070. That's very nice. A 13980HX. That is also very good. But it's FHD, so
Yeah, for so much money.
you know, it's like
Plus it's 16 inch, so a little bigger than the regular one.
Yeah, it's a little bigger, but remember I warned you, it's bigger, but with the same resolution. So it's a trick. It's a trick, guys. It's not really bigger. The physical dimensions is bigger, but you're not getting more real estate to put your drawings in architecture, your graphics in Photoshop or Illustrator. You're not getting more screen space. The screen is just bigger. So even though it's not a bad buy, like, you know, I'm like, I don't know if I would spend for that, right? Besides, if I was going close to $2,000, so for example, I normally do consultations with some firms that I work with, and let me see if I can find it for you in my files. I recently did a quote on 3 of the top laptops. This is not for students, guys. This is for like regular work, but it's not a $4,000 laptop. I can tell you that for sure. That's just nah. So let me show you that to see if I can right. There we go. All right, let me see if I can. Come on. There we go. All right, so this one here, these are the 4 laptops I picked. The one on the bottom of the list, right? Let's take a look on that one. Let's bring it up. Still at $2,000. What do you get for $2,000? Check this out. This is a 4K screen. It's 60 hertz. But guess what? It doesn't matter because, you know, we're not like competing in like a e-sport. It's an OLED screen, right? We can always talk about OLED, but just know that OLED has the best representation of colors. So if you're doing graphics, it's the holy grail. But in architecture, don't break the bank to get it. Like, you don't need to. It has a 4070 graphics card, and it has 16 gig of RAM, DDR5. Now, this is like one of the best deals that you could ever get on a computer, right? So if you're going to spend $2,000, I would spend $2,000 to get this, hands down, right? You might say, but why? Like, it's going to be hard to find these, but this isn't going to last long. Anybody can tell me why? Anybody? Because these specs almost sound like too good to be true for $2,000. But can anybody guess why this laptop costs this much? This little? Well, little. Nobody want to take a stab at it? Odin? What do you think? time is it? 11? 11. Oh. Seem to got disconnected. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we're hearing you now.
Okay. Okay. Right. All right. So because this we have to close out this segment because we have to jump in. We're going to take a little break and jump into the exercise for today. But the reason why this laptop costs this much, anybody ever heard of Gigabyte?
No, sir.
Really? Okay. Well, usually when there's a weird off brand, like, you know, some weird brand that you've never heard of, or maybe you've kind of heard of them, like Black Point. You know, Black Point isn't bad. I mean, there's a lot of TVs that's Black Point. There's, I think them have fridge now and washing machine or something. But it's not a Sony or a Asus. You get me? But I mean, they are okay. Gigabyte
And they compete at a certain price point.
Well, Gigabyte is a very top-notch company, and their prices are expensive, but in another industry. So Gigabyte makes computer parts, right? So if you should check out Gigabyte.
So they make the best monitors in my opinion.
Okay, well, no, ViewSonic still has that. Samsung still has that, but they're good. They're good. And if you buy a Gigabyte monitor, it's not going to be the cheapest monitor there. Let's put it that way, right? But Gigabyte sells video cards and they sell motherboards. They are best known for motherboards. So most of their motherboard prices are going to be high because they are like a premium. But because they're entering a new market, a laptop market, they come in soft. But you best know that by the end of the next year or two, they're going gone up. So there's no way you're going to get this laptop for this cheap. But it's because, the thing is that Gigabyte is not a no-name brand. People know the brand, but they're coming from other industries. So somebody who builds computers and who is a technician, they would buy this because they know that Gigabyte is a top brand. But somebody who doesn't really do this and they just know the Samsungs, they're going to be like, Gigabyte, what's that? Right? So this is why they're coming in soft, right? The other one I picked on the list, where did I put that list? Oh Lord, I lost it. Yeah, here it is. Where did you go? Right. The other one I picked on the list was my personal favorite, which is the Asus, the Asus ZenBook Pro Duo, right? Oh, I can't put the link on this one. Hang on. Come on, here we go. Right. Who can tell me the special thing about this laptop? It has 2 screens. All right, so that is right. So it has 2 screens. Both of them are touch screens. It comes with a stylus. Where is it? It comes with a It comes with a pen, right? And the pen works on both screens. The top screen is an OLED screen and it has a 3070 Ti. That's like too hot to handle. You understand? It's like, it's really good. All right. All right. And the last two, this is your typical kind of laptop. You notice the price starts to go up. So this is $2,600. And this is, I would say, the fastest performance laptop on the market now. All right. For almost $3,000. So this is quite expensive. But as I said, this is for work, not student, right? So this has a 24-core NVIDIA 4080. It has 32 gigs of RAM. And the screen is I think it's a regular screen. Oh, it's a QHD, so it's a 2K screen, right? And it's very bright, 500 nits, very bright. Plus, it's a high hertz, so yeah. And I think the top laptop that I have there was actually the Razer, right? I mean, look at that. That's like $3,000. Well, the price looked like it dropped, but this one is a 4070. But the build quality of the Razer, it's like if you're fans of like a Apple laptop, then this is the best PC Apple laptop you can get, right? All right, guys. So that is pretty much, we kind of went over budget by the time. I wanted to finish a little earlier. But I hope that you are armed with enough technical knowledge now to make your decision as to the type of laptop that you want to get, right? In case you don't remember, this is also on the web. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with the internet. You guys can hear me again?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, good, right. So you guys can always go on the website. And when you go on the website, you scroll down and the links are all here. So you guys can use it to kind of navigate yourselves as to the best laptop for CSA. All right, so what we're going to do now, we're going to take like a 5-minute break, go and get some water, get some juice, get your laptop ready. We're going to jump into the first exercise, right? This is the first graded work that we're going to do. It is due at the end of class, right? We're going to have a short lecture. We're going to go through the tutorial, and you guys are going to work while we go through the tutorial, right? It's going to be Photoshop. So all you need to do is make sure you have your Photoshop ready. And that's it. So I think we can be done fairly quickly. So we're going to just take a 5-minute break now, 5-minute water break. And come right back. All right, guys?
All right.
All right. You don't need to like sign out or anything, but just take a break, stretch your legs, that kind of thing. All right. Okay, guys, I'm back. Did y'all get your water break, everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right, so today we are using Photoshop, right? And well, can anybody tell me what's the difference between these two pictures? Let me see if I can make the resolution as clear as possible. What was that? Background. This is my son, by the way, but he's like almost as tall as me now. Like, it's just so weird every year looking at the same picture. I need to get an updated picture of him. He's probably of age to be embarrassed of me using his picture in class all the time, but you know. All right, so who said the background? Hold on. All right, let me get my list up. All right, cool. Correct, the background. What else?
The brightness or exposure.
The brightness. Okay, yeah, the exposure is edited. You get a half point for that. What else is different?
Just the size of it alone.
The what?
Just the size of it alone.
The sides?
As in one is bigger than one.
Aha, very good observation, Harrison. Right, one side is bigger. And anybody else? I'm waiting for one more.
Maybe you say color?
Yeah, a little, but hardly.
The resolution or image quality.
Well, the image quality should be around the same. I'll give you a hint. Somebody said the background. So yes, obviously the background is changed, but anything else you notice? That's
so the road to the left.
The road is missing.
all right, fine. Yeah, the road is missing.
Cool and the line.
Aha, exactly. That is also missing, right? So this is maybe one of the most popular uses of Photoshop in the industry, which is to enhance images. In this case, it's the image of a person, but it can be the image of just about anything, right? This is like a very project, a long time ago project that I worked on, probably in like 2012 or something. But anyway, this was a 3D and it was imposed on a actual photo. But the problem is that we couldn't get a photo that has the height that we needed. So we had to take two photos, I think it was 3, and we had to join them together to form the background image here. So this is another major advanced use of Photoshop. We can use it to stitch images together, and this is where the term panorama come from, a panoramic image. It's because you might not have the lens to take a wide angle shot. You can take multiple small shots and you can put them together, right? So in addition to that, you can do what's called photo montage, which is combining what is rendered with a photo, right? And this is probably one of the main things that we're going to use it for in architecture, right? All right, so who can tell me what's the main difference with the image on the left versus the image on the right?
One definitely lean on the right.
Definitely what?
Lean. There's one straighter than the other. Based on the line that you put there, after you lean.
Right. So this is perspective, and this is a major thing that we'll use with Photoshop for an architecture, right? If you are on the ground and you take a picture, it will look pretty much like this image here because of how perspective works. But with Photoshop, we can do things like manipulate the perspective, right? Now there are, second, let me show you some other stuff. I want to show you another slide. Okay, so these two images are the same images, but there are some things that are added to change the mood of the image. So who can tell me the things that are added?
The moon, a person, rain.
Well, I guess by the moon you mean the light fixture.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
What else? Now let's share it with different persons. So go ahead, Andrew. No, Emma. Who was it? No, who was it that was? So go ahead. One person give me a different answer. So go ahead.
I was saying climate and the shapes in the foot.
Repeat that for me. So I like to. Was it?
The climate, as in the rain.
Oh, right.
And the effects at the front.
So the rain effects. All right, cool. What else?
Shadow.
What was that?
Shadow on the edges.
Right, which is meant to kind of make it look like this light is illuminating this area here. Come on, what else? I mean, what's the most obvious thing that has changed?
Person.
Exactly. And
there's foliage in the foreground.
And the foliage in the foreground, right? So this is what the Photoshop interface looks like. Make it smaller. And then each one of these are different layers that are added. So if I peel this down, so if you look at the foliage that is here, I can turn that off. So now the foliage isn't there anymore. Then there are some lighting effects. This is the layer for the person. This is the layer for the reflection of the person. So you can kind of see them there. So that's the reflection layer there. If I zoom out a bit, this is the layer for the light. Then the light itself. Then we have the rain effects. We have the water looking effect on the ground. Oops. So we can remove that. Then we can also remove the kind of hazy, watery effect there. Then there's also the background. All right, so that's the background there. And then this is a new background that was actually placed there. And then the lighting effect. So right now you've gone back to the original image, right? So it's just to kind of show you how you can build up these layers to have something that's totally different, right? And it can get really wild. So if you look at even a picture like this, right? This is a beautiful picture. But look on the layers. There may be like over like 40 layers that are here. And if I go through each one, notice how all right, can you see all the different, so all of the trees, all of the people, keep going down, keep going down. All right, until we get to the base image. So this was the image. Hold on, just a little bit more. Put back that. All right. So this was the image that was rendered from the program. And everything else was added in Photoshop. So this is what you call image compositing, where you actually build up different aspects of the image by adding people and trees and lighting, right? And each one of these are its own layer. So for example, let me show you, like this grass here. Oops. Okay, I need to take off the, all right. That's off. Right. This is the grass layer that is here. Right? And if I turn off the mask of this layer, that's all it is. It's just a picture of grass. And we're also going to learn how to do image compositing like this. All right? So that's another use of Photoshop as well. Now, another use of Photoshop is to enhance existing renders. So for example, this image that you see here, so this was a project that we worked on years ago. But normally what you get out of the render program, so I'm going to show you that. Right, so you would get an image like this out of the render program, which is okay. So let's say you use Lumion or Twinmotion or one of those rendering programs. This is what you would get out of it, which is okay, but you can, for example, add things like more detailed shadows. I'm going to try to let you see some of the differences here. So what is happening is that the areas where there is shadow is getting a little bit more detail. Enhance the shadows, and it's so slight, but you can kind of see where the shadows look like they get darker. But when you enhance shadows, you add depth. Then there is reflections, added reflections. In refractions, you can kind of see the windows changing slightly. And then there is global adjustments like the lighting. And then there is the background that's added, right? So this is just enhancing an image that already exists, right? And that's also another way of enhancing the environment. This one that I showed earlier with a montage. Which one was this one? Ah, right, here we go. So that was the image, and oh no, it's not that one. Okay, so now we're going to tackle the exercise, and right, there we go. So this is a picture of Send Kits. This is another project I worked on years ago. and a drone took no, not a drone, but somebody went out on these rocks and took this photo. It's a pretty decent photo. And this is the project that's currently under construction there, right? This is a Hilton hotel that was going up. And this is a nice wide angle shot. Like, can you guys see? Let me put this in perspective here. There we go. Get this out of the way. Right. So you guys can see this nice wide angle. Right. And this is the montage. So this is called a 3D montage. So you can see, let me go switch back and forward. Can't zoom in and switch at the same time. Okay, fine. And this is another thing that we'll do with Photoshop, where we photo impose the proposed over what is existing. All right. So these are some uses of Photoshop and some of the things that we will be doing. And let us get started. Right. So we should have Photoshop up and running. Now we might be using different versions of Photoshop. This is the version that I'm going to be using, and they might be slightly different. All right, do all of us have Photoshop up? Okay, Ryan, your voice sound a little muffled. All right, so what we're going to do now, we're going to jump into our first exercise. But before we do that, we're just going to take a quick kind of demo of how Photoshop works. Now, you guys can follow along with me. Those of you who are already familiar with Photoshop, right? What I'm going to do is there anybody here that has already used Photoshop to a, I would say, good enough intermediate extent? All right, cool. Because I remember from last class, some of us had already used these programs. Now, for those of us who have already, yeah,
Good. Some people Photoshop my function already.
Some people. Oh yes, I see where some person saying their Photoshop not functioning. But we're gonna have to move forward nonetheless. Hear what you do. Talk to me. Remember, there we do have a buffer. Anybody remember what we said were the rules? We will have. I will collect the exercises at the end of class. For those of you who have technical issues, you can let me know when you're submitting, right? But I will collect the exercises up until a week after the last exercise, right? And after that, then we'll have a cutoff. Now, if you're having technical trouble with the computer, remember the two persons to talk to. There is Mr. Campbell, who is my good friend, who has offered to kind of help out when I have my courses. And there is the lab techs from the lab, physical lab at CSA. So if you are like at the lab, if you're at school already, you can circle them, make them look on your device to help you out with the Photoshop. Also remember that Photoshop is in the class in the CSA lab as well, right? All right. So I'm hoping you guys can use one of those solutions to help you out with solving the technical issues. Now, another way that I can help you out is that the class, my class is a mixture of live talking and pre-recorded, right? So what I will do, the segment that has to do with the exercise and using Photoshop, I'm going to let that be available to you in the recording, so that just in case you don't have your Photoshop now, you can go to the class recording section and you can watch the exercise that we're doing today, right? As a matter of fact, for those of us who are already familiar with Photoshop, you can skip this segment and just jump right into the exercise. And what I will do here is that I'm going to let that be available to you. For those of you who already know about the Photoshop interface and you want to just jump ahead into the exercise, let me try and link that up for you. Give me 1 second. All right, guys. For those of you who want to jump ahead in the exercise, I'm going to put a link to the pre-recorded part. I'm going to put that in the... hold on. Not the meeting chat. I'm going to put it in the Zoom chat. There we go. That. Yeah. Right. So this is this is part 1. And this is part 2, right? All right, so there it is. So it's in the class Zoom chat. So for those of you who want to just jump straight into the exercise, you can go ahead and do just that. All right. All right. Now we're gonna start. From the user interface, guys. So for those of you who have Photoshop up, you can just follow. And for those of you that that don't have your Photoshop ready, you can also follow and just I'll put this class recording online so that you guys can access it after class.
Excuse me, sir. Is this Zoom chat you're talking, right?
This what?
This Zoom chat you sent it in a while ago, the link to the assignment?
The Zoom, not the meeting chat, our chat group that we have.
Okay.
Okay, if I put it in the meeting chat, you know, when the meeting done, you're not gonna have it. So, right. All right. So So let's talk about Photoshop. On Photoshop. So we're gonna open Photoshop now. Now, I'm using version 2020, but it doesn't matter which version you use. Most of the techniques for using the user interface can apply across all versions. All right, so you're going to fire up Photoshop now. So some of you, when you open Photoshop, you will notice that you get a kind of a welcome screen, and sometimes it might carry you directly onto the work page that has your artboard. So it doesn't really matter. If it carries you to a welcome screen, what is really showing you is some of the projects that you were working on. So these are actually some projects that I was working on. You're going to go to create new document. That's located over here. All right, now when you click that, you're going to notice that it comes up with a window. Now this might look different, as I said, depending on which Photoshop version you're using, but you should notice the same ideas here. You should see the name, which is the name of the file, the document type, so that's selecting whether or not it's going to be on paper or it's going to be a web document. You're also going to choose your resolution. Now, for our purposes, just getting used to the interface, what we're going to do is we're going to just choose US paper. We're going to leave it on letter size, and we're going to leave everything as default here. And we're going to choose OK. Now, when you do that, this is what you might see. Now, the first. All right. So, is there anybody that's following along?
Sorry, you chip out for me, so I missed out the details.
Okay, right. So you open Photoshop and you click new. So when you open Photoshop, it would look like that. You're going to choose new. Right? And what I was saying is that it might look different, slightly different for different programs, for different versions of Photoshop. Right? And once we go there, we're going to choose letter and we're going to choose create. Right? And just leave everything as default. So then you will have a screen that looks like this. All right. Now, guys, remember that this class is going to be available afterwards. So if there's something that I would say you're falling behind on, but you can proceed without, you can proceed, but you may have missed something. Don't worry, I'm going to make the recording available to you after class, and you guys can just jump right into that, into the recording for the stuff that you missed. If it is something critical, I will just pause and I will explain it. But if it's something minor, like, like something I said and you say, and it missed you, don't worry, the recording will be available for you guys to check out. And I said that just because, so that we can just move forward, so we don't have to be going back and forward every time during the tutorial. All right. All right. So let's proceed. The thing to notice is your Photoshop layout might not look like my layout. And for those of you who maybe are used to a certain version of Photoshop, you might notice that, hey, okay, this other version looks different than what I'm used to. So the first thing that we're going to do is kind of just demystify why they all look different, because at its foundation, all of them are pretty much the same layout. As a matter of fact,
Photoshop hasn't really changed for over the last 20 years. It's gotten more fancy and it has a black theme, but the basic ideas are the same, right? You have your major zones. On this side here, we have our panels, and on this side here, we have our tools, and at the top here, that's all the way up here, we have our control panel and our menu, our drop down menus up top. So that's pretty much the three default zones that you get. Now, for some of us, we might be saying, whoa, these are a lot of buttons. What do these buttons do? Now, the great thing about this tutorial is that we're going to kind of learn Photoshop in less than an hour, right? So we're not going to learn what every button does, but we're going to learn how to learn what the buttons do. So let's start with a broad brush, right? Now, on this side here, let's think of these tools as our general tools. What do I mean by general tools? Well, think about tools, something like perhaps this. I mean, this is a scissors. We might find this in most our homes. So this is a general tool that that we might have in any typical home. Maybe like a hammer. Give me another general tool. How about I don't know, you could take any one of these. Pliers, screwdrivers. These are all tools that you will see generally around the house. Any typical person would have. Now, the idea is that on this side, you might find that we have some icons here. We may not know what these icons do, but you can feel safe and assured in knowing that they're general icons that's going to be used throughout whatever we're working on in Photoshop. Now on the other side now, what we have over here are specific tools. Now what do I mean by that? Well, tools that you don't normally find in the typical home. For example, this. I mean, it's not a typical knife, it's a surgical knife. You wouldn't find the average Joe using a surgical knife to cut bread or to open a screwdriver. It is very specific. These tools, like what a dentist would use, it's very specific. It's used to clean teeth. It's not a general tool like a hammer that can have multiple purposes, right? You know, maybe this, and we might say, okay, I don't even know what that is. Some of us might say, okay, that's definitely a specific tool used to do something specific, and I have no idea what it is. Now, in this case, this is something that's used to do tattoos, right? So maybe if you're a tattoo artist, you would recognize, hey, I know that that's a tool that you use to do tattoos. But chances are all of us would recognize that that is a scissors. So you can kind of think of these tools, or rather this zone, for the specific tools, right? You use them to do specific things depending on what you want to do. Our analogy, we had a surgical knife, so if we want to perform surgery, well, that tool will be on this side. Maybe we want to build a tattoo design, well, that tool will also be on this side. But maybe you just want to cut a piece of paper, well, you would find that tool on this side. So these are the default setup for the different zones, right? You have the general tools on this side and the specific tools over here. Now the thing is, what you have in the center up top is, think of it as your options. that applies to your program, to your entire program. All right, and we're going to look into that. We're going to get a bit more into specifics as we go along. So now that we know what the zones are, what about the zone that's right in front of us? What are we looking on here? Well, this is known as our canvas, right? This is where the magic happens. And you can manipulate your canvas by using the mouse wheel, holding down Alt and using the mouse wheel to zoom, and holding spacebar and left clicking to pan. Now in this case I don't need to pan because I'm seeing all of the paper, but if I zoom in, then I might need to pan around like this. Alright, and what I'm doing now, I'm holding spacebar and left click, which is normal click. Now once I hold spacebar, notice that my cursor changes to the little hand that you see here. So that means I'm now in pan mode. And when I click and hold, I can be able to move this around. So that's pretty much how you get to move around. You're pretty much going to be holding Alt to zoom and holding pan to pan around. All right. Now I also want to highlight this section down here at the bottom of our screens, right? And if we notice down this side, we see a percentage that we can see here. Oops, that's a little big. And that's the percentage there. Additionally, we see some numbers here, and we're going to get into that when we go into the lecture session when we talk about resolution. Now what I want to highlight to you is that when you zoom, which is holding down Alt and using the mouse wheel, notice you see that percentage changes, right? So this basically tells you what size are you relative to the actual size of the paper, right? Basically telling you how much you're zoomed in and zoom out. Now it does give a little bit more information than that, but we're gonna discover that as we go along. Usually in an application, the bar at the bottom down here normally displays status, things like the amount of RAM, things that have to do with your zoom and your view and all of that stuff. That's normally displayed down the bottom section here. Now what we're going to do now is kind of explore the interface a bit. So I want you guys to follow along as we try to learn a bit more about the interface. Now if you have messed anything up, I want you to now go to or even if you haven't messed anything up or moved anything around, just to make sure we're all starting from zero, I want us to go to Window. This is for everybody. And I want you to go to Workspace. And we're going to go to Reset Essentials, right? And what this is a type of workspace layout for all the icons and all of that. And what it's going to do is reset it to the default, right? So this is the default for my version of Photoshop. Now, I want you guys to follow very carefully, because what we're going to do is manipulate the user interface, and while we're doing that, we're going to learn some tips about Photoshop. Now if you look closely on your right hand side, now this side, remember, houses all the specific tools. Now notice you have some tabs here. You can move these tabs around. There are going to be quite a lot of buttons. If we look down here, we can see all of these buttons and areas to type in, and we might be saying, okay, what in the world are all of these buttons for? Now, before we even start to investigate what they're for, what I want you guys to do, I want you guys to follow me, to just kind of get a feel of how this interface interacts. I want you to highlight, let's choose one of the tabs. I'm going to choose color, and I'm going to click left click, which is normal click, and hold on the color button, and I'm going to drag that out like that. I'm going to do the same for swatches. I'm going to drag that out. Now you may not have some of these tabs open, but you will have tabs on this side of your screen. I want you to click and hold and just drag them out. Now I want you to do that to all of them. So things might get a bit crowded, but don't worry about it. I want you to just drag all of these guys out. Here I have, now in some cases you might have a button that's here. When you click it, you might see it expands into a tab. I want you to drag that out as well. Alright, now when you drag them out, I want you to drag them out as individual windows. So some of them might tend to join up with other windows, but I want you to drag them out as individual windows. See, I have a Learn tab here. I'm going to drag that out, make that by itself, and I have a Libraries tab. So pretty much I have now disengaged all of these tabs, and they're all floating in the middle of the screen. Now the reason I ask you to do that is I want you to notice how all of these tools are pretty much flexible. Now remember, we took all of these from the right hand side, which houses the specific tools. I remember we discussed specific tools before. There are tools that has a primary purpose. So things like what the dentist would use, and things like what you would use for a surgery, right? Things that you would use to do specific things like do a tattoo. So all of these examples here are examples of these windows that we have just dragged out, and each of these windows does a specific thing. You notice they all have different options, varying buttons and all of that. And don't worry about them too much because we won't be using every one of them. But think of this as if you were a surgeon and you are now coming into Photoshop to do a surgery. Well, you would look for all the tools that has the features that you want. So maybe you will have a scaffold tool, maybe you have some kind of cutting saw, maybe you have some kind of swab. You know, you would drag out all of the specific tools that is necessary for you to perform your surgery using.
Yes, I seem to be back. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let us continue.
That as an analogy. So that's all these panels are, and that's what Photoshop calls them, titles them. They are panels. And there are many panels in Photoshop. Definitely more than 50 panels. These are only some of the panels that starts up with Photoshop. Now, to kind of get the feel so that we can know what these panels do, I want to highlight some aspects for you. So first, let's close all of these panels that we have dragged out. And if you notice on each panel, there is an X, there is a little double arrow symbol, and there is also the name, right? So these, and there is also a menu button here. So every panel has these 4 elements. For now, I want us to close out these panels, so we're going to be clicking on the X, and we're going to be closing these guys out like that. All right. All right, great. Now, if your Photoshop had opened looking like this, you would be like, wait a minute, where are all the tools, right? But now you've discovered that, well, on the left side, it's general tools. I still don't necessarily know what these buttons do, but I know they are like the hammer, the saw, the screwdriver. And what was on the right side were specific tools that are used to do specific things. They're more precise. and I realized that I could drag them out and close them. Now you might be saying, okay, how do I go about opening back these specific tools? Now the specific tool that we're going to be using for this exercise, we're going to be using the color panel. And to open the color panel and all panels, you're going to go up to the window menu. And when you look in this list here now, this list is actually a listing of all the panels available to us in Photoshop. So I want us to go ahead and open the color panel by clicking that. And you're going to notice that the panel comes up. Now this is one of the panels that we had open originally, and we had closed them, and to open the panel we would go here. Now there are many panels here. Some of them I've never even used before, but each of these panels, as I said, think of them as specific tools. The scaffold, the welding rod, the surgery tool, the dentist tool. That's what these are, right? And if you do particular types of work in Photoshop, then you might be used to your particular tools. So anyway, we have opened the color tool, and that's where you can notice that there's a little tick beside it. So that's how you know that the color tool is open. Now when we open the color tool, I want us just to understand how panels work. So before, remember we said that we realized that the panel has a title. You're able to close the panel, you can minimize the panel, and then each panel has their own panel options, right? Now the actual panel now is where the meat of the matter is for this particular tool. So for example, if we took up that tool that the tattoo artist uses, well, all of the buttons and knobs located on his tool will be located in this space here, right? And in this case, this panel is called the color panel, and it has its features. And what it does, it allows you to change the color of whatever you're working on. Now, I can resize that tool, make it smaller, and I can also minimize it. Now when I minimize it, it turns into a little button that I can expand. When I click it, it expands again, and I can even minimize it all the way down to an actual icon, right? Let's maximize that again. All right, great. So now we understand how panels work. Now I want us to open another panel. Let's go to Window, and we're going to open the layers panel. That's what layers look like there. I also want you to open, let's go again, we want you to open the history panel, and let's go again and open the swatches panel. Now if you had pulled apart your panels earlier, then when you open them back, they will still be apart, right? So some of you might open panels and they might be together like this, where you see swatches and history together. Well, you just need to pull them apart. Now the idea is that these are the panels we want to use to do this activity. So we're only going to use these for now. Now I want us to arrange it in a particular way, right? Let's give you a recommended way. So layers are going to show you lists of layers here, so you're probably going to want this panel to be long. As a matter of fact, I want us to just dock them side by side, so I'm just going to dock this here, I'm going to dock that there, and I'm going to dock swatches there. So now I have my own little custom panel dock right here, and what I want us to do is we're going to go to Window, Workspace, and we're going to go to New Workspace, and we're going to call this DDM. At least that's what I'm going to call it. So now, when I come back to my Photoshop, if somebody else was using my computer, and this was common in the computer labs, you might be used to your panels a certain way, and then you come back and then it's all over the place. Well, you can just go back and load your workspace settings right here. Right here it is, DDM. Okay, great. So now we kind of understand a little bit of where things are zoned and how to manipulate panels. Now I wanted to share some basic fundamentals of Photoshop, right? And in doing so, these are the main panels that we're going to use. Now, up until this point, I expect everybody to have a page open. That's going to be letter size. And they should have these panels open, only these panels. All right. And at this point, I'm going to actually save this file so I don't lose it in case because we're in the middle of this activity. So I'm going to save it to my desktop and I'm going to call it DDM. All right. Now notice when you're saving a Photoshop file, the default file type is PSD, right? If I click this drop down list here, I can see that I have many other file formats, including and I'm gonna call it DDM. Alright, now notice when you're saving a Photoshop file, the default file type is PSD, right? If I click this drop down list here, I can see that I have many other file formats, including we probably are used to things like JPEG and PNG and TIFF. But we're going to save this file as a Photoshop file, which is a file native to Photoshop, meaning you need Photoshop in order to open it. If we save it as another file type, we might end up losing some of the editable abilities. So we're going to name the file and we're going to save it there. And now the file is saved. Okay, so now.
All right. So, so you guys were following along? Is there any question you guys have?
No, sir. Following along so far, sir.
All right, cool. So now we're going to go into the part with the exercise, right? So what I want frame.
What should we save the file as, sir?
You can just call it exercise, because it doesn't matter what the file name is, because when you submit the document, it doesn't matter what you name it. So usually I recommend you put your name, you put the exercise, and you put your ID number. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, let's continue. Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to tackle the main exercise, and in doing so we're going to learn how to use Photoshop at the same time. Now let's head over to the class website, and when you head over to the website, you're going to head to exercise 1. You're going to see the handout open, and exercise 1 is going to be all about enhancing environment and entourage. We're going to learn how to do a background sky replacement, and we're going to learn how to create depth and motion effects using Photoshop filters, right? So in a nutshell, what we're going to do is combine these 3 images together. we're going to take this shot of Kingston. We're going to replace the sky with a sky selection of your choice. And then we're going to place a vehicle in the scene, and the vehicle is also of your choice. Now, notice that you have access to the exercise files here, and to give you an idea of what this project will look like, it is going to look something like this. So there's an entirely new sky that is now here. We have the vehicle here, and we have some interesting motion effects here. We even have some reflection going on here. So this is the kind of thing that you would use Photoshop to do. All right, so let's get going. So we're gonna have Photoshop open. Now I want you guys to follow along as we go, and if for any reason you can't follow along, you can always just pause the video, right? Okay, so what we want to first look on is how we open files in Photoshop. Now, if we, for example, download the exercise files, so if we go to the site here and we go to exercise files, it will take us to the folder that has the files that we need. Now, this is the background image that we need to use, and these files here are optional skies that we can use, and here are optional vehicles that we can use as well in the scene. It's up to you. So the first thing we're going to do is download these files. Now, once the files are downloaded, you will know that you will see that they pop up in the location that you have downloaded them to. So in my case, I have these files here. Now, I want to talk a little bit about opening files in Photoshop. Now, you could drag the file into Photoshop. That's one popular way. And release. That is what would happen there. Now, I'm going to hit cancel, because that's not how I would necessarily want you guys to practice to open Photoshop files. The proper way that I would want you to do it is you would go to File, then you would go to Place Linked. Some of you might be using a version of Photoshop that just has the word place and not place linked. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to click place linked. Then it's going to ask me to browse for the file. So in this case, I'm going to go to the location of my files, which is here, and I'm going to click this, and then it will be placed. Now, you realize that this does the same thing as dragging, so it's up to you which method you want to use. You could either just drag it, or you could place linked, right? Now, notice when you do that, you will get a message up here that says basically to commit or to cancel what you.
All right, so Mohammed.
So how do you access the drive?
Oh, how do you access the files, the class files?
Yes, sir.
Right. So what you need to do is you need to go over to the class website. So right. So when you go to the class website, oops. And then you go to Intro to DDM, then, oh, you're not able to click. You should be able to, let me refresh this.
We're able to click on exercise one, where it takes us directly to the PDF, not the Google Drive.
Right. Scroll down, and here is the link.
Refresh the connection.
Right. So when you take it to the PDF, you scroll down on the PDF and you see it here, access exercise files. So when you click on that, these are they. You see that?
Okay, yes, sir.
Right. So you go to access.
Yes.
All right, cool. There was another question. So you can put on your hand. Oh, I guess those questions were for the same thing. It seems. All right. All right. Let us proceed.
You've just did. So what we're going to do is commit. And that's it. Now notice that we have the image on our canvas. Now remember we spoke about the general tools that's located over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to drag this out just like how we dragged out the other tools, and to get a bit more to arrange this in a nicer way, I'm going to click this expand button here to expand the tool like that. This is just a personal preference because I like to see the tools together like this. Now each of these tools have particular purposes, and when you hover over them they will actually give you a quick synopsis of what they do. Now at least for the 2020 version, so it might not do for your version. It also tells you the shortcut of the tool. Alright, so I'm going to now place another image here, which is the sky. Now the last time I used the place linked command, this time I'm going to use a drag and drop command. So here is my folder here, and let's say I'm going to use this sky. I'm going to drag it and release, and I'm going to commit that change. So now I have two images. Now in order to move my images around, I need to be on the move tool, which is located here. That's my move tool. Alright, so I'm going to make sure my move tool is activated, and notice that I can move this around, and I can also move this other layer around. Now if I try to click this, it's really not clicking. It's still giving me the top layer, and the reason for that is because I am now locked to this layer here. So now I'm not able to just select it directly. Now in Photoshop, I want you to notice what happens on this side of my screen, which is here. This image is on that layer, and this image is on that layer. Now remember, this is our layers panel, right? Remember we spoke about panels, which are the specific tools, and this is exactly what the layers panel does. It helps to keep our content organized. Now you can clearly see that there is actually a highlight around this layer here, so that is how you know that this layer is the active layer. And naturally so, when I try to move it around, I am only able to move this active layer. I'm not able to click on this layer behind here. Now to change the active layer, what I would need to do is I would need to now highlight this layer below. Now notice when I do that, you can see how the highlight box switches between them. Now depending on your version of Photoshop, you might not have that highlight box. Doesn't matter. Once this layer is activated, now if I try and move, it moves the layer below. And if I try and move the top layer, well, same thing. I'm unable to select it because I have already highlighted this layer here. And I know that it's highlighted because it has this darker color that is there. Alright, great. So now that I have these two layers arranged, you might be wondering, well, but suppose I had carried in my sky first and I wanted the sky to be behind the building. Well, how you do that is you actually just rearrange the layers. How it is now, we have the sky layer, and then below the sky layer we have the downtown Kingston layer. Below that layer we have our background, which is white, and you can see it represented in the images here, right? We can clearly see that the downtown image is on that layer and it is below the sky layer, which is here. So right away you realize that if I wanted to put the downtown layer above, I would need to swap these two layers around, and to do that all I need to do is to click and hold and drag, and notice you get that little blue line there to tell you that it's now there. So now this layer is on top, and you are now able to see how you manipulate the layers. Now for our purposes, we want the sky layer to be on top, and also we want to call it something that we can recognize. So we're going to double click on the name and type sky. There we go. So now we can see that it's called sky, and we have a downtown layer that is here. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to start to manipulate the sky layer in the background. So I'm going to actually turn off my sky, my sunset sky, by clicking this little eyeball there. So now it's turned off. It's still there, but it's just off. Alright, great. So we have our sky there. Next, what we're going to do is kind of crop this so that it matches with our image. So to do that, we're going to head over to our general tools, and we're going to use the crop icon, which is here. Now crop is a general tool. Pretty much most programs have a crop tool, and we're going to click it like that. And once we click it, notice that we have these highlights here. Now before we start to move this, I want you to start to notice that any tool that you click on in this window here, whichever one is activated, it shows properties for those tools at the top. So now that my crop tool is highlighted, I'm seeing options here that has to do with my crop tool. If for example I highlighted my move tool, then notice that the options up here change to options for move, and so forth for all these different tools. Every time I switch to a different tool, the option at the top changes. So anyway, I'm going to choose my crop tool, and what I'm going to do is just to drag in these areas here, and then I'm going to commit those changes by clicking the yes like that. Okay, so I'm going to click that. Good. So now it is there. So I'm going to zoom in now by holding Control and mouse wheel. Now notice I can zoom all the way in, and if you continue to zoom in, you will notice that Photoshop starts to put these little squares, and these squares are actually pixels, which you can see is what ultimately makes up an image. When you're this close, they look quite blocky and horrible, but the more you zoom out, you realize that, hey, these squares eventually come together to show you that image, right? That is pretty cool. Now, the first thing we want to do with our image now is we definitely want to remove this sky so that we can put the other sky there. So the first thing we want to do is to manipulate this layer. Now you need to select the layer that you're currently manipulating. Right now we have the sky layer active, and we know it's active because we can see this brown area there. And the idea is that we don't want it to be the active layer. So we're going to click the downtown layer. Now this layer is active. Good. So now before we can start to cut this layer using one of our tools, we need to change this layer to a particular layer type. Now, you notice on each layer there are these little symbols that's located here. So on this downtown layer, I have a little symbol there. And on the sky layer, I have a little symbol there, right? And these symbols tell you the type of layers that they are. Now, by default, whenever you carry an image into Photoshop, it by default makes it into what's called a smart layer. And it does that by default, and we're going to see why it does that as we go further into the tutorial. But this is how you know that these layers are smart layers, right? Now, the thing about smart layers is that you can't edit them. So if we wanted to cut the sky using one of our tools, in this case, we're gonna choose the right. So we're gonna use this tool here. And this tool will allow us to cut out the sky. Now this tool here is called our lasso tool, and I want you to notice something important about these tools. Now for each of these tools, you notice that there's a little kind of a triangular icon right there. You can kind of see it again here, and you can see it also on the lasso tool, right? So think of a lasso tool as a way to select something, right? And we use the lasso tool to select an area that we want to manipulate or delete or change in some way. Now these little triangle here tells us that there are other types of lasso tool. And to access them, what we do is click and hold. So if you click and hold, you will see, and I'm left clicking and holding, you will see that you have a regular lasso tool, a polygonal lasso tool, and a magnetic lasso tool, right? And the interesting thing about this is that you can see that this lasso tool is the one that is currently in use, which is the polygonal lasso tool, and you know that because it has that little highlight right there. Great. So we're on the lasso tool now. Now, basically, what we want to do is try to cut out particular elements of the tool. But if we try to click here, it will not allow us to cut the tool. We have to do what's called rasterizing the layer. The reason for that is that you're not able to edit images that you directly carry into Photoshop, and you can think of this as a kind of safety precaution. When you place an image in Photoshop and it gives it the smart layer, it's kind of a safety net that protects this image from being manipulated. Now, to allow this image to be manipulated, you need to right click on the layer. So make sure the layer is highlighted first, and you're going to right click and you're going to choose rasterize layer. Now when you choose that, notice that the icon is now gone, and now you can make edits to the layer. So now you have to be cautious, because any changes you make now will actually edit the image. Now I could try out this first lasso tool here, right? And your mileage might vary, but I guarantee most of us will not choose this tool. Let's try it out first. We can always undo. So if we wanted to use this lasso tool now, we will have to now drag and try and manually cut this thing out. And you can see I'm using the mouse to do this, and that's really not gonna work. Wow. I mean, this is a horrible cut, but I'm still gonna try to use this lasso tool. All right, great. I'm gonna come all the way back here and all the way down, and when I get to here, I'm gonna just release. Now once I release, notice I get this is called your marching ants, and it kind of looks like marching ants. You can kind of see them there, and this is telling you that I have used the lasso tool to select the image like this. Now if you tried out this lasso tool, you'd realize that it's quite difficult to try and select the sky, especially using a mouse. So this isn't going to work. So to change this, I can now undo. Now in Photoshop, to undo, you use another panel called the history panel. That's here. So far we've been using the layers panel. So let's see what the history panel does. So the history panel gives us a track of all of the changes that we have made thus far. So you realize that the last thing we did was to rasterize the layer, then we use the lasso tool. So we're just going to go up by one by clicking on it, and there it is. It basically undid what we just did. All right, great. So this time we're going to try out a different lasso tool. So I'm going to select this, and we're going to use the polygonal lasso tool. All right, so let's give this another swing. Now the polygonal lasso tool, it does what it says. It's kind of like a polygon. So this isn't so bad. This is actually great. Now, when you're using this tool, you might realize, oh, I really need to zoom in here. And if you try to use the mouse wheel, it doesn't zoom. Even for some of the versions of Photoshop, if you hold Alt and mouse wheel, it will zoom. But some versions might not zoom. So what you would use is the plus and minus key. So I'm going to use the plus key here. Now you realize that you can actually go right in now, and this polygonal lasso tool gives you a nice kind of angular cut, which is great. So now I can really zoom in and try and cut these elements out, right? Now this is great when cutting straight edges like buildings, because I can simply, I'm going to do a rough kind of cut here now, but I can simply use this to gauge the edges of buildings. However, when it comes to cutting foliage, that's another story, because now if I wanted to cut this out, I would have to, you know, click all of these angles here, and it gets a little crazy. So I'm going to cancel that by pressing escape. Let's try out another lasso tool here. And the reason I'm showing you these is because these are going to become very important. This is how you put context in your architectural drawings. You might want to insert a car or cut out a tree. Chances are you're going to be using one of these tools. So let's try the magnetic lasso tool. Let's see what that does. Now to give that a good swing, I'm going to go to the side of the building here, and I'm going to click and release once. I'm not holding down on the button. I've just click and release to activate it. Now while I'm moving the mouse, this is actually automatically detecting the edges of these structures here, and I can still zoom in. And what it's doing is actually trying to detect the edges. Now I'm not clicking, I'm just actually moving the mouse, and Photoshop is trying to say, okay, I think the edge is there. So you can imagine this can kind of make this process a bit quicker. Oh, if you accidentally highlight an edge that you don't want, you're going to press backspace. Backspace is kind of like undo for doing lasso tool selections. There we go. And I can really just quickly highlight a section here like that. Let's zoom out a bit. And I would come all the way back around and where I started, and notice that I get a little plus, a little circle there. I'm going to click, and then it's closed, and now it's highlighted. So that is another way you can use to select. Now the truth is that when you need to cut out elements, the ultimate way to do that is to actually use all, if not most, methods, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, okay, I'm gonna first use the polygonal lasso tool. This is my favorite tool. And the first thing I'm going to do is to try and cut these mountains first. I'm not going to try to cut everything in one. I'm going to try and cut the mountains first. So here I go. And I'm going to zoom in. Right? Now remember, the polygonal lasso tool, you have to click to confirm the positions. There we go. Now you might say, well, maybe I want to use the magnetic lasso tool. There are actually other tools you could use, but for this purpose, we're just going to cut these out using these tools. Now I know it might seem a bit daunting at first, and you can hear the amount of times my mouse is clicking, but you really get used to it after a while. And what I'm doing here, I'm using the plus and minus keys to zoom in, zoom out, to see where I am, and to zoom in again. Now, this is the trick. I'm not going to try to make one cut and cut everything. Nope. What I'm going to do is I'm only going to cut certain parts. So when I reach near to the edge of the mountain, what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to go straight up, come around, back down, and then find back where I started. And I can know that because you see the little circle there. And that is now selected. Now when this area is selected, you'll know it has the marching ants. You'll see it around it. Now obviously we haven't finished cutting out the rest of the building, but my suggestion is not to try and cut everything in one go. So I'm going to cut up to this point here. I'm going to ensure that on my layers tab, I'm on the correct layer, which is supposed to be the downtown layer, and then I'm going to hit the delete key, and then that's going to delete the sky there. Alright, great. So now it's deleted. Now I still have the selection here, so to deselect, I'm going to right click and hit deselect. Alright, great. So now I need to continue my journey cutting out the rest of these elements here. So you might want to choose what tool you want to use. I'm going to continue with the polygonal lasso tool, and I'm going to continue cutting these guys here. Now when you're clicking, you want to not try to double click, because when you double click, you actually close the loop. So what you want to try and do is not double click too often. Let's deselect that. So let's go. Oops, I might have, you notice that I accidentally cut the plan, so I'm going to backspace and go around. Now the truth is that you don't need to get every single element, because this is going to be pretty small when you zoom out of the picture. So it's up to you to choose what areas you think you need to highlight. Now if I'm running out of paper, I can move the mouse right and Photoshop will automatically move the image from it. Just ensure that you don't click. I'm going to hit the plus key on the keyboard, and that will let me zoom in. And I'm just going to continue cutting these guys out. Now the polygonal lasso tool is great, especially for architectural drawings, because you have a lot of angles here. Now as you can imagine, if you accidentally close the loop here, you're going to lose all of this work, and this is why I always suggest that you don't try to trace everything one time, but you try to get piece by piece. So I'm going to just go around, come back around, and close, and then I'm going to hit delete again to delete that. So I do this and I save because I don't want to lose all of that selections that I just did. Now the building becomes pretty easy because they contain mainly straight lines. So I'm going to cut this like that. I'm going to just cut Just like that. Now, you're going to want to try to be as detailed as possible. I'm kind of just rushing ahead because I'm previewing this example for you guys. All right. So it's up to you to choose how detailed you want to make your cuts. The bigger the image is going to be, the more that you will see the errors. So if I was doing this for like a book cover, maybe I wouldn't worry too much about it, but if I was going to print it on a large format sheet, then I would worry about it. Alright, so I'm just going to make everything go in one go here. Now I definitely don't want to lose this tree here, so I'm going to go around it real quick. There we go. I notice I missed this area in here, but I'm going to come back and get that on my other go. Go over, and so you realize this polygonal lasso tool is doing a good job. Alright, so I'm going to cache this in now, so I'm going to just go all the way around, and then this time I'm going to just double click and then I'm going to hit delete. Alright, so this is going good. I'm going to deselect. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we did have this section in here. So I'm going to just use my lasso tool and select in here and hit delete. There we go. Alright, so we just have this section that is left. So I'm going to go ahead and start cutting this out. Now the more you do this, is the more you will get used to it. So it might not be as quick for you as it is for me, but that's okay. We all need to start somewhere. I'm gonna grab this Polaris. I'm gonna go all the way around. So this is the process that persons will use to cut things out of objects in Photoshop. There we go. Now things get a little funny with this section here because this is all organic elements. As a matter of fact, I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to cache that in. So I'm going to go all the way around and double click and delete. Now for organic elements like these trees here, you could, I would rather use the regular lasso tool because when I'm trying to draw this, my mouse is not going to be straight, but that's great because these things here should be organic. So I'm going to try and do this to the best of my ability here. There we go. And I'm going to come all the way back around and release. I'm going to hit delete to delete that section. So this is okay, but obviously this is not, so I probably want to switch back to my polygonal lasso tool now to grab this section. There you go. I'm going to hit delete. Alright, so that only leaves me with this section here, so I'm going to just cut along here. Let's zoom in a bit. Now you can also pan while you're using the tool by holding the space bar. So notice the concept of how we did this. What we did was we got rid of section by section. Now if I turn off my background layer, notice I will get these checker boxes, which basically represents that the background is transparent. And this is great because now I can turn on my sky layer, and I'm going to highlight it, and I'm going to use my move tool, and of course I can move it around, but of course the sky layer is in front and I want it to be behind. And remember how this works. Currently this layer is on top. Ideally I want this layer to be below my downtown layer because I want it to show up behind the areas that I cut out. So to do that, I'm going to just drag this down. There we go. Then I'm going to use the move tool and kind of position this so that it's a bit nicer. It is a bit small, so what I want to do is I want to scale this up. Now to scale this up, you should be able to see these control boxes here, but in case you're using a Photoshop that you don't see these boxes, you need to enable it. And if you remember how this works, remember whatever tool you select, the properties for those tools are located up here. So with the move tool selected, you want to select this tool that says show transform controls. And what that does is it turns on these guys here so you can see them. Mine is enabled by default, but yours might not be. So I'm gonna make sure that is there, and then that will allow me to resize this. So I'm gonna actually make this larger. And you don't want to skew the image. So if you're using an old version of Photoshop, you need to hold shift so you don't skew the image. Alright, great. So I'm gonna position this so that it's like maybe like right there. That looks pretty good. Alright, and I'm gonna commit that by clicking the tick up here. Alright, so I've now done a sky replacement here, and that takes care of this section. Now would be a good point to save, so I'm gonna hit save. Now when you do this, you might decide that maybe I don't like this sky, I want to use a different sky. Well, all you have to do is just find back the images of the skies that you have. So in this case, let's try this sky here. Alright, so what do? Well, I just need to drag it into Photoshop. Let's use that method again, and voila. Now of course it's behind here because if you look, I actually have this layer behind my downtown layer, and I'm going to choose yes to commit that. Alright, great. So now I just need to adjust this sky. I'm going to use this here, and you know, I'm kind of liking this sky. This sky is pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Alright, good. But you can choose any sky that you would like. Now what we want to do next is we want to put the car in. So we need to go to the folder that has the vehicles. So here we go. Now you can pick any one of these vehicles. I think this one will work best. So I mean, actually any one of these could work, but I'm gonna use let's use the buggy. So again, I'm gonna drag this in. There it is. Of course it comes behind my downtown layer. I want it to be on top, so I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna drag it on top. I'm gonna switch it off for now. Let's get a little organized here. I had two skies, so I'm gonna call this sky sky 2. There we go. So I have sky 1 and sky 2. I can actually just swap them out when I'm ready. Alright, that might be something you might like. Alright, let's look on this car that we have here. Now you have to make sure that I'm actually on the car layer, so I'm going to select the car there. Now the first thing is that the car layer it does not have a transparent background. It has this white background, so we need to get rid of it, and we know how to do that already because we remember the lasso tools that we used on the city. All right, now before we can start manipulating this layer, we know that Photoshop will take this as a smart layer. And we know that we can't edit smart layers, but let's spend some time and talk about that a bit. You know, why would Photoshop, like, when you insert a new object, it would make it into a smart layer, and a layer that you can't edit? Well, just to give you a quick example, right? I'm gonna drag in the other vehicle. So let's, for example, I'm gonna drag this other vehicle in like that. There we go. And I'm gonna commit that, and you can see that this now has a new layer. Now if I make this really small, and I know that it's small, if I zoom in, I'm using the control and mouse wheel to zoom in here. That's pretty small, and if you look at it, you say, oh well, it even looks like the quality is kind of lost there, because you know this one it was way sharper. Now of course I can just resize it like that and choose commit, and no problem. Right, it's now sharp again. Now it's sharp because as a smart object, Photoshop preserves all of the data within this image. Now let's say it was not a smart image, a smart layer. So remember how to convert a layer to a regular layer. You're going to right click it and choose rasterize layer. All right, great. No difference here. However, if I make this small, once I commit, and I say, oops, I don't want it to be small, let me make it large again. It was a bit larger, and I commit. Then you might notice that it's way more blurry, and the reason for that is when you made it small, you totally squashed the pixels. I mean, think about how the pixels work, right? Remember when you zoom in, you can actually eventually see the pixels, right? So let me just kind of zoom out a little bit. Right, so remember when you zoom in, you actually see the pixels here. And what happens when you make something smaller? You are forcing the pixels into a smaller amount of pixel density. So before, when the image was much larger, the pixels that made up the tire, for example, this area, was that amount of pixels. But when you made the image smaller, all of this now has to fit in a smaller size. But guess what? The size of the squares doesn't change. So what does that mean? These squares are going to have to store more information in them, and the squares aren't getting any smaller. So what is essentially happening is you are crushing the image and losing detail, because when you enlarge the image, you would have already lost those that detail in those pixels. All right, so now that that example is out of the way, let me zoom out a bit. We're going to get rid of this car here. And now we kind of understand why Photoshop uses this smart layer by default, because it doesn't want you to change the size of the image and rotate it and do all sorts of things to it and lose detail. So you have to specifically say, okay, Photoshop, I want to rasterize. Once you do that, you know you have to be very careful, because when you change anything, you're not going to get it back. But in order to change something, in order to cut out an object, you have to rasterize it first before you are able to cut stuff out. Now, we're going to try out another tool here. We could use the polygonal lasso tool, our favorite tool, but because of the nature of this car, because it's on a white background, we're going to try another tool. So we're going to try the quick selection tool. Now the quick selection tool is actually a sub tool of the magic one. So remember, once you see this little triangular element here, you're going to click and hold, release, and then you're going to choose the quick selection tool. That's here. Now how does this tool work? Well, the quick selection tool, what I'm going to do is select this white area and drag. And notice I'm clicking and holding and dragging, and the quick selection tool is actually finding all these edges for me automatically, and it's actually going ahead and finding them. So you might say, oh, why didn't we use this tool all along? Look at that. Even before I reach the end, it has already selected just the white areas. Now, in case it did not select all your white areas, for example, notice that on the top of my car here, I'm going to pan over a little bit by holding the space bar, it has accidentally selected some of the red. So if I delete now, then naturally it's going to actually delete that part of the car, which we don't want. So I'm going to undo that. So what we have to do is deselect this area here. Now to deselect, you're going to hold, and I want to watch to show you this. If I hold Alt, notice that the symbol changes to a minus. If I release Alt, the symbol is a plus. So what you want to do is you want to hold Alt and you want to select the sections that you want to keep. So I'm going to click and hold and drag, and notice that the quick selection is trying to snap to these edges. There we go. I'm going to pan over some more, and I'm going to hold Alt again and add this selection here. So this is another method that you can use to highlight and cut stuff out. You can use the quick selection tool, and in this case it works fine. But if we try to use it on shapes that are a bit random, or shapes where the colors are very close, it's not going to work. Alright, so I'm holding Alt and mouse wheel to zoom out. Alright, so let me zoom in a little bit, and oh look, see, you can see that the quick selection would have deleted this section. So I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to hold Alt and just try to get this in. There we go. Let's get that little part there. I'm going to do the same for the side of the light. I'm going to hold Alt and just kind of brush the edges here, hoping that Photoshop will recognize these edges. Now when you do it first, it might not look like it's snapped, but as soon as you release the mouse button, it will try and find its way. There we go. There we go. All right. So let me zoom out now. All right, that should be it. Now, of course, if I hit delete, you can see that it will delete all of these areas here. Now, you could have used the polygonal lasso tool or even the magnetic lasso tool to highlight the areas around it. But I just wanted to show you the quick select tool because that's also a pretty good tool. All right, I'm going to right click and choose deselect, and I'm going to use my move tool. If you remember, that's that tool right here. And when I use the move tool, I'm able to resize. So I'm going to resize this now. All right. Now, while I'm resizing this, I'm going to position it. And this is where your architectural skills come into play. Let me move this over here. You want to make sure that you get the size right. So you got to watch your scale. And the angle is a little off here, so I'm going to just a tad. Okay, let me put this a little over there. There we go. All right. And now here's the thing. Remember, we made the car smaller. So once we commit now, we have essentially crushed all of those pixels into a smaller space. So once we commit, those pixels that we have crushed are gone. So now would be a time to ensure that, you know, the car is okay. So I'm going to choose okay there. All right, good to go. Now let's look at some other tools that we have here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use the warp tool to kind of fix the perspective a bit. Now if you look closely, you will realize that, well, the car's perspective is kind of going this way, but the road is kind of going that way. So it kind of looks a little bit off, right? And this is where the perspective correction tools come in, which is great for architectural use, right? So to change that perspective tool, now you're gonna go to image. Well, make sure that the car is highlighted because that is the layer that you want to actually warp. So once the car layer is highlighted, you're gonna go to edit. You're going to go down to transform, and you're going to go down to warp. And what warp will do, it will change the box around it to these dots, and what you can do is actually drag these dots around. Now you have to kind of guesstimate where they would be in order for the perspective to roll out. And what I'm doing is actually clicking, holding and dragging to get this car looking like it's on the road. There we go. All right, I'm gonna choose yes to commit. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to do a shadow, and we also want to do some reflections, right? So now the idea of let's do the shadow first. And what we can do to get the shadow, architecturally we know that the shadow would be somewhere in this section here, right? And that would be what the shadow would be like. Now we could actually try and draw in the shadow, but we're going to use some tools that Photoshop has available to us to get the shadows done. Now what we're gonna do, our game plan is that we want to take this car, duplicate it. Alright, that's probably a horrible image of the car, but you get the idea. And then we want to color it black. And then place this black image of the car underneath the car so it looks like a shadow. So that's the plan that we want to do. So first thing we need to do is we need to make a copy of this car. Now to do that, we need, remember, this is the car layer here, and we need 2 copies of that car layer. Now to do that, what we do is we can right click and then we can choose the option to duplicate layer. Now we want to name this layer car shadow. That's great. Now you might be saying, wait a minute, where is the car? And it's actually directly above the existing car, right? So if I use my move tool, make sure that is highlighted, and I'm on the car shadow layer, when I move, you will see that it has dragged out another car. Now we're going to use a technique called blending options to get this car to be filled black, right? Now to access your blending options on your layer, you're going to right click, you're going to say blending options, and you're going to wait for that window to pop up. Now once that window pops up, we're going to go to color overlay, and we're going to check that checkbox. And notice that once we check that checkbox, the car is actually now filled. We're going to click on it to highlight that color overlay to see the options. And what this layer style actually does is it really just allows you to fill that layer with a color, one flat color. So in this case, we want to fill it with black. We're going to choose OK. Alright, now that's great. Now of course we want this to now act as a shadow, so we need to basically like squash it all the way down so that it's nice and flat like that. Now to do that, we're going to try out another tool. So we're going to go to edit, and then we're going to go down to let's go down to, we are going to go down to transform, and we're going to go to distort. Right, the last time we went to warp, but this time we're going to go to distort. And what this allows us to do is to grab these edges and actually distort the image in weird, funky ways. So what we want to do is to kind of distort the image like that, kind of like that, and like that. So now it's starting to look kind of like a car. Well, a bit. Let's carry this way. Let's carry this back. All right, now of course we need to commit this, so we want to make it look kind of like what we want, and then we're going to commit that. Now remember, once you commit it, you can't change it again, so you want to make sure you do that. And if you're not sure about it, then you want to use your history and you want to go back up one step. Now of course the shadow layer needs to be below the car layer, naturally, because the shadow is below the car. So we're gonna carry that down. All right, great. So now the shadow is below the car, and next we perhaps want to make this very transparent, because right now it looks a bit too hard. And to do that, we're going to go to the opacity for the car shadow layer, and we're going to get the opacity all the way down to there. Okay, now these settings we can always adjust that a little later. Alright, it's coming there, but not quite yet. Next, what we want to do is we want to kind of blur this shadow a little bit. So to do that, we're going to go to filters. Now filters is an interesting element set of options in Photoshop, and what we're going to do is start to explore what they do. Now filters really manipulate the pixels on screen to do various effects. Now in this case we want to blur the shadow layer, so make sure the shadow layer is highlighted, the car shadow layer, and we're going to go to filter, we're going to go to blur, and we're going to try out, let's try a Gaussian blur. And what that is it's actually using this slider bar here to adjust whatever layer we currently have selected. And what it is doing is that it's making it more blurry, right? So the more we increase this slider bar here, is the more blurry that shadow becomes. It's almost gone now, so let's carry it back a bit. Yeah, there we go. So it's an overcast day, so we don't have a nice hard shadow, so that is fine. So we're going to choose OK. Alright, so now we have a shadow. So that's without the shadow, and this is with the shadow. So the shadow definitely helps to ground it. Next, we want to have the reflection, and guess what? We're going to use the same approach. We're going to take the car, flip it upside down, and that will be the reflection. So we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to take the car layer, and we're going to right click and choose duplicate, and we're going to call this reflection. Alright, so again, if I'm on the reflection layer and I drag this out, you will see that it's copied. Now in this case, what we want to do is actually mirror the car upside down, and to do that, all we need to do is to, I call it over squash, but we need to like squash this down. And if you're using the new version of Photoshop, you need to hold shift in order to squash. Hold shift while you are trying to resize, and we're going to go all the way down until we come on the other side, and voila, we have a copy that is flipped. Now the trick with this now is if we put it in position, it's not going to quite fit. So what we need to do, let's commit that change. We need to perhaps use the warp tool. So we're going to go to edit and transform and go to the warp option. And with that selected, what we want to do is kind of warp this so that only the tires will touch. So that's the tricky part of this. What you want is the tires to touch. There we go. Alright, we're going to commit that, and then of course we're going to put this reflection layer below the shadow layer. Let's put it below the shadow layer. That's much better. And then we're going to make the reflection layer, we're going to let the opacity be lower, just like the shadow layer. So we're going to adjust that down. There we go. And we want to get it ever so slightly. All right. So basically, this is where we're at now. All right, so we can see the reflection. Now what we want to do just for kicks is that we want to add a little bit of motion blur to the car to let it look like it's driving, you know, really fast, you know. And to do that, we're going to use yet another filter. So what we're going to do is we could add a motion blur to this car. Let's try and see if that works. So we're going to select the car and we're going to go to filter, blur, and we're going to go to, this time we're going to choose motion blur. Now we're going to get presented with options once again, and you can kind of see now that the entire car is blurred, and the blurriness is really controlled by that. And the angle, you can kind of see the car is being blurred at an angle that is controlled here. So what we're going to do is we can try to increase this. Nah, we can also try to change the angle. I mean, this is kind of okay, but what happened is that the entire car is perhaps too blurred, so I'm going to cancel that. What we can do is we're going to use the same trick again. We're going to duplicate the car layer. So to do that, we're going to right click and we're going to choose duplicate, and we're going to call this car blur motion. And yet again, this is another copy, but this time we will add the blur to this layer. So we're gonna add the blur and we're gonna choose motion blur. Now of course this time it's added to this object here, but that's fine because we're not using this. And we can actually just put this object directly over this object. Then what we're going to do is we're going to use a new tool that we very popular, but we haven't used it to the current time, which is the eraser tool, which is that tool right there. So we're going to pick the eraser tool, and what we're going to do is, well, remember how this works. So the options for the eraser tools are located up top. Remember, any button you select here, the options for that button is located up top. And what we want to do with this eraser tool here is let the size of the brush be big. So we're going to pick the size and we're going to make that big, even more big, maybe a tad more. Whoa, no, that's too big. All right, great. Next, we perhaps want to change the flow, which is basically the strength of the eraser. So we're going to empty that all the way down to maybe like 10. And then what we're going to do is we are going to erase half of the car. So let's use that eraser tool here, and what we're actually erasing is the car blur layer, and under it is the car layer, so it kind of gives the impression that it's moving. All right, so when you're all done, this is what your image should look like. So good luck and
Sir,
have fun.
sir, with the recording I got this, sir.
Yes. What's up?
What the recording?
Right. So, yeah. What was the question?
Where's the recording gonna be?
Oh, the recording is going to be on the class website. I showed it a little earlier. Right. So when
All
you
right,
go,
sir. When this due, sir?
all right. So this is due because this is an in-class work. So what I'll do for you guys is that for this group, this is going to be due before the end of the day or by the end of the day, right? Because because some of you might be having Photoshop challenges and all of that. No. So okay, like, well, maybe you don't have, I give you till tomorrow. But basically you're supposed to hand this in like today. And then I mark it today and then it's done. And then we'll move on to the next exercise, next class. Right. So these are not assignments. It's really meant for you to really go through during class. All right.
Yeah, man, say it looks
So you
like
can
a
find
tomorrow.
so you can find the recording as soon as I'm done. As we're done with class, I'll upload the recording to the class website. All right. There was another question. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I did kind of use a different image than what you use, as well as a different card. That's all right, right, sir?
No, you have to use. I gave you 2 cards to choose from. So you can choose any of those 2 cards, and I think I gave you multiple backgrounds. So you have to choose any one of those. Hmm? Yeah, you have to use those.
Oh, all right.
You gotta use those, right? But there are choices there, so at least you know. All right, there's a little bit of choice in that. Any other question?
Yes, sir. Can you check your email, please, Reagan Hendricks?
Oh, okay, no problem. You also sent me a message?
No, it was just an email.
Okay. Are you in the you're in the class group, the Zoom chat?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, man. Send me a message. Whenever you send me an email, especially if it's urgent, just send me a message as well. All right? Because
Okay.
yeah, there's a lot, UTech has a lot of emails that come in and a lot, so send me a message so that I can respond quickly. All right. All right. So, oh yeah, go ahead.
We're submitting a review, submit the Photoshop file as well, or just the image?
Good question. Just the image. That's all we need. I don't need the Photoshop file. Just the image file, right?
Also, how do we
A
find it?
JPEG. Yeah,
How do
go
we
ahead.
find
How you find what?
the Zoom chat?
Oh, the Zoom chat. So if you are using the Zoom, okay, on your phone, where you go now? There's like a top bar that you switch between meeting or chat. But if you install Zoom on your phone, it will just pop up like WhatsApp. If you're using the computer, you have to go into the main Zoom window, which I'm not, are you seeing it? Hold on. Are you seeing it on your screen now?
I'm seeing your screen, but I'm not sure where to go.
Right. So if you're using the computer, this is what the Zoom app typically looks like, and at the top you head over to team chat. So normally you have home and you have meetings, so you go to team chat here, and then you will see the group. You should see the group. In your case, you would only see DDM class, and that's where you find me. If you put a message in the group chat, then everyone will see it. But what you can do, you can just send me a message directly. You can just like hover over my face and you just send me a message directly. All right. But it's right, but it's real easy on your phone, if you're like a phone messagey kind of a person. All right. So don't hesitate to send me a message if you need to talk to me about something. All right. All right. Any other questions? All right, guys. So this was our first exercise, right? Next class, we're going to move on to exercise 2. Remember, in total, there are 5 exercises in total. 2 in Photoshop, 2 in Illustrator, 1 in SketchUp, and then we will move on to the next assignment, which is the portfolio assignment, and that will be InDesign, right? So go ahead, Javin.
Sir, if we can do the exercises, can we go ahead and do them or have to wait on each class?
Well, here is what I would say. Sometimes, for example, like the person that was saying they used a different sky and a different car. I mean, if you go ahead and do it and not do exactly what is there, then you might end up having to do over some work, right? But if you follow the instructions, then you should be fine. You should be fine. So I would say that usually what I do is say that when you come to the class, you can go ahead and complete the exercise before everybody. But usually there's a little introduction where we talk about things relating to the exercise. Sometimes that can influence the exercise a little bit. You get me? So I would say to wait just in case there is like something interesting to learn about the exercise that would maybe affect how you do it. You know? So to answer your question, I guess proceed at your own risk. Right? It's not impossible. I don't anticipate that they will change in any way, but yeah, proceed at your own risk. My recommendation would be to do it in class, but you don't have to wait. Like today, when I skipped through the introduction of Photoshop, for those of you who knew Photoshop already, you could just move straight into the exercise, right? Sometimes I do something in the exercise that might be a little different than how you would have done it, and then maybe you learn something new from the process. Or other times you would have done it different, and maybe while you're in class, you say, "Hey, but sir, but I did it this way," and I would say, "Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know I could do it that way." You get what I'm saying? So there's like a little learning process with actually doing the exercise, in class.
Yes, sir. That's I kind of been doing the erasing of the sky a bit different. I use the brush instead of the tool, the lasso tools.
Right. And by the way, for those of you who use Photoshop a lot, what you might find out is that most of the tools that we're using are going to be kind of basic. I call them fundamental tools, right? Because nowadays, I mean, Photoshop has so much tools. There are many different lasso tools. Then there's an AI select tool now. So there are all sorts of tools that exist now that has built up versions over the years, right? And especially in DDM, it's important that you guys know the foundation tool, right? For example, if you're used to only clicking on a sky and the sky automatically cuts out, you're going to come across some kind of special sky that it don't work, and then you'll be like, okay, what do I do here? Because the tools aren't working. So in DDM, we're going to learn the fundamentals usually, right? And in the lecture classes, we're going to like explore like some of the more nuanced tools, right? But as the exercises, it's going to be more foundational tools. All right. But don't be afraid to like mention to me, say, hey, there's this other way of doing this thing, right? Because we're here to learn from each other, right?
Sir, is the link accepting responses for exercise 1?
When you say the link, you mean for submitting it?
Yes, sir.
Maybe I didn't enable it yet. Okay. I like the way how that sounds. That sounds like assignment ready to hand in already. Hold on, let me check it. Exercise 1. All right. Exercise 1 is now enabled. So if you have it, if you want to submit now, just refresh and it should pop up. Enter your name and your information and submit away. All right.
Okay, sir.
Okie doke. All right. All right. All right. So what I'm going to do is, guys, look out there. I'm going to put a participation chart so that will help you guys keep track of, just to ensure that any activity that you participate on was indeed recorded, right? So if you're looking at the participation, it's not up yet, but I'll do it up. I will enable it in like another couple minutes. But if you notice that you did participate in something and you're not seeing your mark there, just let me know. Say, hey sir, I was actually there. You know what I mean? All right. So remember, for those of you that's coming in, class participation is going to be random activities that we have throughout the module. It will just pop up and we'll say, oh, we're going to do an activity about this. All right. And there's a limited amount that's kept for the semester. So if you participate in all of them, then you get 100%, because participation grade is not necessarily based on how well you did something. So for example, for those of you who submitted computers for a last class activity, even if you submitted a computer that was not recommended, like it had the red X, you still get your full participation grade because you participated, which is why I coin it as free grade, right? You just need to be present. All right. Javin, you have a question?
Yes, sir. About that, I've been trying to find where the assignments is and where it's submitted, but I haven't been hearing, and then I'm not in the Zoom chat, so I wasn't sure.
Okay. Have you signed up on the class website?
I believe so. I've been using the whiteboard from the first class. We have to like sign into the website itself.
Right. Well, by the way, guys, in the next week there will be a password on the website, right? So just giving you the heads up. When you're on this class website that you're seeing on screen, there's a button here that says register for class, right? So that is how I get your information, right? So when I get your information, I send you an invite to the Zoom group. Then come next week when there's a password on the website, the password will be sent to your email. All right, because right now the website is just open where anybody can come in on the course and click on whatever. But that's not how it's supposed to be. I just opened it for the first couple weeks because this is all new to us, right? So, but after this, when you click on the DDM link, it's going to ask for a password, and that password will be in your email. You will need to sign up for the class site, so I will have your email to send it to you. Okay? Participation chart. All right. All right. 1 second. Okay. All right. So, yes. So that will be it for today's class, guys. I hope you had fun. Look out for the recording to go up. And I'll see you guys next week for more Photoshopping. All right. For a second Photoshop exercise. Try to get the Photoshop up and running. All right, guys. Talk to Mr. Campbell or anybody else so that they can help you out. And I will see you next week again for more adventures in digital design. All right, guys. Have a good rest of your weekend. And I'll see you around.
Yes, sir.